The Marchand thing was spectacular. It's the classiest thing I've seen Boston do in a long damn time. I mean, the whole city. I don't just mean the Bruins.
And John Kelly returned to St. Louis last night after he was unceremoniously dumped as their main broadcaster because he got the LA Kings job only like 6 weeks ago. And so they honored him during a stoppage.
They fired him.
I know.
I mean, all right.
Yep. ESPN also hired him to do games.
That's what you were saying.
Yeah. I told one of the executives, I said, good, you need more hockey play-by-play guys doing the hockey. And he looked at me and I go, you've just kind of moved some of your play-by-play guys in. I go, you need more hockey play-by-play guys doing hockey. I go, you can tell.
Thanks, Robes. I appreciate it. Right back at you, brother. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Spivey, I have to be honest, it's not any shot at them. The fact that we're on in Jacksonville and Tampa and other markets, we don't ever talk minor league sports anymore here. We just it's a little past us, if you will. I'm going to the game Saturday. I'm all for the Everblades. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it that way. It's just the folks in Tampa and Jacksonville and Huntsville and Lake City would have no idea what we're talking about. We don't talk FGCU either. We're a little bigger now than Fort Myers, and I guess maybe not. Maybe we aren't, but we think we are. I'm just joking there. So on that, Cavanbaugh, I'm watching SportsCenter last night before the hockey started, and they had the 5 biggest returns to town on the Marchand thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. It was gross. I was screaming at the television. Patrick Kane going back to Chicago was one of them. Really. Not Chelios going back to Chicago. Patrick Kane going back to Chicago.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. And we will get over it together. We always hope your week is off to a good start and that it gets even better from here. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, basketball has joined the party, so we've got all the sports officially going on at the same time as of now. How are you?
I'm good. I am good. I took in a little basketball last night. I watched a little of the NBA on NBC. And I have to say, I may be alone as an old guy, but I could give a damn about Round Ball Rock. Means nothing to me. And I know you love it, and our old producer loves it. Our old producers love it. I thought it was great, and I give NBC a little credit. They put out a little video and interviewed all the new guys, and and they're like, the 90s? I wasn't born.
Right.
How am I supposed to know what's going on?
Yeah,
So I give them a little credit for doing that and poking a little fun at themselves. If you watched the beginning of the NBA on NBC last night, they struggled early. They went basically black for about 13 seconds. And then half of their microphones didn't work when they were doing the stand-up. I have no idea how, when you spend the money that you spent to do these games, that you can't have 4 working microphones for your hosts.
Well, also, there is this thing called a test. At least 15 minutes. I mean, I can tell you what, the network broadcasts that I've been a part of, okay, they do a demo, if you will. Now, some for games, some play-by-play and color analysts don't do a mock open 10 or 15 minutes before the real open. Some just like to do it one time and not have to do it 2 or 3. But oftentimes they do. Within 30 minutes of going on live, they will run through it one time in a dress rehearsal. I can tell you that Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, 15 minutes before it's go time, they do it once. And so then this way, the director and producer get used to what their timing is going to be, what they're going to say, when to roll the tape, okay, throw it down. In Monday Night Football's case, they have not 1 but 2 sideline reports. So Joe throws it to Lisa, and then back, Joe and Troy, then Joe. Sometimes they then break and come out of the break. And, so you work it out. Mark, I'm with you. I have no idea. No idea. Never mind first broadcast of the whole day. No idea how you could do a walkthrough within 30 minutes of going on the air, and then when it's go time, have over half the equipment not work.
Right. And this was the on-court analyst. This was not the play-by-play group. This was their show host. Everything, I think they had it worked out by the time they tipped for the games. But it was just awkward, to say the least, when Maria Taylor is like talking to Tracy McGrady and he can't hear her because their earpiece that's called an IFB doesn't work. And then McGrady's mic didn't work. Vince Carter hands him a mic, and then Taylor's mic doesn't work. It was just, I'm looking at this going, man, you guys spent a lot of money. There is somebody somewhere going, wow. So, it is what it is. And I know a lot of you don't watch the NBA. I thought it was interesting. I started watching the game, and I've got a 2 TV setup, and I'm watching the game going, it's almost halftime. I'm going to switch the volume over to catch this Jordan thing. And Tirico and Jordan talked for, I think, between 2.5 and 3 minutes, and that was it. Okay. I thought there was a great post on X. They said Jordan, after that lengthy interview, and it had a picture of him playing when he was exhausted in his Bulls uniform, like bent down, pulling on the bottom of his shorts. I thought that was funny. But, they got a great first game. They missed the first quarter of the second game because it went to double overtime. But the other big story last night, if you will, was the return of Brad Marchand to Boston. Panthers played in Boston last time. And what an amazing tribute they did to Marchand. And we caught it in real time, basically. I mean, we saw Marchand breaking down on the ice, crying. Crying. There's no other way to put it. He was damn near bawling on the ice. And as someone who's a crier, I don't knock those that do. The emotion hit him. We got it in real time. It was very cool. It was incredibly classy. what the Bruins did, the video piece they put together. It was fantastic. And then the Bruins gave up a miserable goal to lose the game. An own goal, David. That's what they call it in football. An own goal.
That Carter Verhaeghe gets the official credit on with 24 seconds to go, or 26 seconds. But yes, a much-needed win for the Panthers. Marchand with 2 assists in his return to Boston, and an awesome reaction by the Bruins crowd. All right. They gave him a long standing ovation. A long one. We all know by the length and veracity of the ovation as to just what it is you, the athlete, meant to them, the fans. And, you know, a lot of organizations, Mark, put together those videos. Okay. But the crowd's reaction afterwards, and then obviously Marchand on multiple occasions. I mean, he was trying to get himself together. The crowd continued their outpouring of affection, and it only made him more emotional. And he didn't try to hide it. He didn't, he stayed out on the ice for a long time. Usually when the player goes back to the bench, it's the player's way of letting the crowd know, thanks, I'm done, I'm ready to move on. And, their timing was perfect. He didn't try to mitigate the situation and lessen it. And the crowd made sure to let him know, hey, man, you gave us everything.
No doubt. No doubt. I actually had a buddy text me that he was surprised Marchand didn't walk down the tunnel after, just to get composure to go back and play at that point. And it was a pretty damn good hockey game. Panthers get a much-needed road win. They'd been struggling a little bit. And for Boston, I know there's some Bruin fans out there. You're not supposed to be good. So the game was more important for the Panthers. I know you think it was more important for you, but that one for Florida was kind of a big one. They've been scuffling a little bit, so it was a nice win for the defending champs last night. But yes, as David said, we have everything going on at once: basketball, hockey, football, baseball, with the World Series starting on Friday. Obviously, there's mediocre college games during the week, but we get started with the NFL again tomorrow. So busy times, not only on the court, field, ice, but off, as the Gators search continues for a coach. Ironically, people were surprised yesterday when word came out that Marcus Freeman wasn't interested in the job.
It is funny how Miller and Moulton see this versus how certain Gator diehards see it, because they were shocked, I say, that Marcus Freeman just dismissed their opening so quickly. And we had spent days saying, Marcus Freeman's not leaving Notre Dame for Florida. Are you crazy? Not in 2025. This isn't Urban picking Florida over Notre Dame in 2004, because he picked him late in 2004 and took the job for the 2005 season. Because at the time, with the way the system was set up and what have you, you had a much better chance to win a natty at Florida than you do Notre Dame.
And we've explained over and over the reasons why we don't believe that's the case anymore. See, Gator fan is shocked that Freeman didn't want the job. Miller and Moulton are shocked that Scott Strickland seems to have such a firm hold on his job. That's the one. And I was actually talking with a big Gator last night, soccer practice, David.
Right.
And he was not surprised at all. He thought like we did. And he said, I think it's a top 15, maybe a top 10 job, but the Notre Dame job right now is better. I think that's a level-headed person. And so we got into the whole Strickland thing, and he's like, I know a few people. He goes, I'm maybe a couple removed from some really important people, but he goes, the Strickland thing's, it's a non-starter. And he brought up stuff that I'd kind of forgotten. We've talked a million times how the whole basketball coach thing just got wiped away. I mean, it just disappeared. How? I don't know how he didn't either, go after the newspaper for libel, or they didn't produce the pictures they said they had. It's one that's baffled Miller and Moulton. But then he brought up the whole problem with the women's basketball team and the harassment and the things that I'd forgotten about that. And it's like, so he has some stains on his tenure as athletic director, not to mention he's 0 for 2 in hiring football coaches, but he's locked in. So
he has benefited greatly from them not having a full-time university president for 2 years now. And I think that a lot of people just say, man, if we got rid of Strickland, it'd be too much right now. Okay, but are you really going to let him have a third bite of the hiring football coach apple? Really?
And now the Gator fan and Gator Nation is focused on one man, Lane Kiffin. That's your guy. I've said for a long time, look, I could be wrong. I don't have sources in Gainesville. I don't think you're going to get him. I don't. And Lane's not going to come out and say no until Jimmy Sexton gets him as much money as is humanly possible from Ole Miss.
Which the process is ongoing.
Always is, David. Great show lined up for you. We love a hump day on Miller and Moulton because that means Seth Everett will join us. We'll talk with Bud Elliott about the goings-on in coaching in college football, and Chris Perkins to talk the Miami Dolphins. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Puck, it's a formula that they find out how many households are watching, and then there is a number assigned. I think it's 2.1 people per household. Don't quote me on that, though. And so if they, have, say, 1.2 million households, they equate that to be 2.5 million people watching on average, because some households have 1, 2, 4, 6, So it's a formula. But yeah, we'll probably be able to find out tomorrow for those that want to know how the NBA did in comparison to what was on CBS, ABC, Fox, blah, blah, blah. Like last night, they put it on NBC. I don't think they're going to be putting it on NBC on weeknights very often. I think Sunday, once football's over, they're going to put the NBA on Sunday nights. But I have a feeling that Peacock is going to become your, now maybe Tuesday nights in the fall, but I'll be surprised if it remains Tuesday nights all year round. But they are all in. I mean, they're paying over $2 billion annually. I mean, they're paying NFL money. In fact, I think technically NBC is paying the NBA more per year than they are paying the NFL.
Empire, I didn't see if you responded. You really liked that Jordan piece. Wow. I mean, it was like 2.5 minutes, and he didn't say much. He talked about shooting a free throw at a house he rented and how nervous he was because the grandkid was there. Adam, I love your reality that you live in with the Florida Gator job. It makes me smile. Well, and Buck Auburn's not, I mean, Auburn to me is a rung down from the Florida job, a big rung down. Like, I mean, Florida's still the most popular team in the state, and it ain't close. Auburn will never be the most popular team in Alabama. And I know Auburn football is a big deal, but they're, we always talk about where Arkansas is. Where's Auburn? I know at their best they can compete, David, but year in, year out, I don't think so.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this hump day.
Yeah.
Hope your week's going well. Thanks for being with us. Well, I figured, the NBA's back on NBC and, Michael Jordan talking about the 90s. I figured we'd go back a few years with, the advertising campaign. And
I will take your hump day over your version of round ball rock. Every day and twice on Sunday, David.
I thought it was a little better than you took it yesterday, but people did enjoy. I got good feedback on, me attempting to do it and your reaction to it. So
I will give you this. You got better as the day went on.
yeah, well, I think I woke up more as the show went on. Also,
Fair enough. And
the
you knew you were closer to a hot dog.
yes,
With every hour that passed, you knew you were closer to a Coney dog.
Oh man, crushed 4 more yesterday after checking out of the hotel before heading to the airport. Yeah, did 9 in 2 days. Did 9 in 24 hours. It was
So
glorious.
impressive. So impressive.
It was glorious. Man, I'll tell you what, I really did a lot in 48 hours in Detroit, for goodness sakes. A Wings game, a Lions game, a trip to Ann Arbor, 2 shows, 9 Coney dogs. I mean, I think I've got, I think I have street cred when I go back.
We'll get you a Tigers hat.
I mean, I'm not a Michigander, but
if you get that Tigers hat and grow your mustache back, we can just start calling you Tom Selleck. Since we're doing references, from 40 years ago, we might as well add Magnum PI to the list, right?
Did you hear what Woody Johnson, and if you don't know who Woody Johnson is, he's the owner of the Jets, from the Johnson & Johnson pharmaceutical empire. Did you hear what he said yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I did, David.
Wow. I don't like Justin Fields' future in the New York metropolitan area. Have you ever heard the owner of an NFL team look into the camera and just rhetorically ask, if we could just complete a pass, ... Wow. That's an indictment of your quarterback.
It was a long quote. I see what you see, but I see more hope than you do. You can't win with hope, but it helps. I do believe in Aaron. If I were a player, I would respond to him because he's the real deal. He's no BS. I hug him every day. It looks like he is turning around parts of it. It's hard when you have a quarterback with the rating that we've got. He has the ability. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results. He went on to say, if he could complete a pass.
Correct. Right. Uh-huh.
We've got to complete. If we could just complete a pass, it would look good. We've got to complete some passes. You've got to convince them that they can do something. What in the absolute hell?
No, I like what we're doing here. I believe in the coach. I believe we're starting to turn around. If we could just complete a pass. Wait, what? I don't think he's going to be long for the job. In fact,
that was a $40 million 2-year deal with $30 million guaranteed.
Right. So what's it? 20 a year and 10 of it next year's guaranteed. So
yes,
that'll be what they eat when they move on from Justin Fields after this year. And heck, they may be moving on from Justin Fields this weekend. I don't think Aaron Glenn's made it official yet, but boy, after the owner comes out and says that, I don't know how you could start him.
Right. That is, wow. Jerry Jones looked up and said, man,
yeah,
he went after somebody.
He didn't even diss Micah Parsons that badly. And goodness knows Jera has been dissing Micah.
Hell, Stephen A. Smith didn't hit LeBron as hard as Woody hit his own quarterback.
Right.
By the way, for the NBA people out there, this whole Stephen A. LeBron thing blew up again a couple days ago, and this book's going to come out where Westbrook apparently goes after LeBron pretty hard. Calls him fake. For the first time ever, I think people in certain areas are going to like Stephen A. more than they ever did before.
That's if they care enough.
Fair enough.
But yes, in the NBA gossip circle world, and goodness knows the NBA has its own drama. The NBA is closer to the WWE than it is the NFL, I believe, when it comes to the off the court stuff and the personalities. I mean, it is something that you could do a fake TV show about, if you know what I mean. You could do reality TV about NBA off the court and the personalities and the feuds that go on.
No doubt.
But I do find it funny. We have Stephen A. and LeBron, and one is going to call the other fake.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's rich.
Well, it wasn't so. Stephen A. just said he didn't like him, went into all the reasons why. It was Westbrook that called him fake. By all accounts, in this book that's coming out, from some things that happened in a Lakers meeting, that Westbrook just basically let him have it in this book. And that I find interesting, to say the very least. I do.
Russell Westbrook's written a book?
No, someone else wrote a book. Russell Westbrook is quoted in the book.
Gotcha.
There's a story in which something happened in LA at a meeting that LeBron got up and walked out, and Westbrook's like, what the hell? And then LeBron came in and played all nice, and Westbrook, there's a team photo in which you see Westbrook and he looks very disinterested in the photo. And when asked about the whole situation, he just basically said to a few teammates that I can't stand his fake and just things of that nature. So it's one thing for a broadcaster or a journalist or whatever Stephen A. is to call him out. It's another for a contemporary, not as good of a player. I'm not trying to say that, but Westbrook is a big-time player in that league. For him to call out the biggest star still in the game, not the best player, but the biggest star. There's a difference.
Will be interesting as to if, in fact, Adam Silver goes through and LeBron is the owner of the Las Vegas expansion team in a few years. You know, so you'll have Brady as a minority owner in Vegas, and then you'll have LeBron with supposedly a bigger role in an NBA franchise in Vegas. I think it will be curious for all of us to see who wants to go work for those guys.
I agree. That's why the story has a little more interest to me than just what's on the surface from the book excerpt that came out yesterday. Miller and Moulton, I know it's not everybody's favorite subject, but we've got a lot of sports going on, and we've got a lot of off-the-field court drama going on. And, hey, makes it fun for us. That's all I can say, David. There's always something, and there has been for quite a long time. We'll catch you up on everything that happened yesterday with the starting five. That's next.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, Cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Mark your calendars, Friday, October 24th, the 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards, Southwest Florida's premier business event at the Calusa Sound Convention Center in Fort Myers. It's hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. Tickets on sale now. Visit IndustryAppreciationAwards.com. That's IndustryAppreciationAwards.com for your tickets today. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Your thoughts on a poll question.
What do you think's a better job, Notre Dame or Florida?
Whose side are you on, LeBron or Stephen A? I'm sorry, I couldn't help that.
That's that funny.
I couldn't help that. Which owner's statements do you like better, Woody Johnson or Stephen Ross?
Oh, I didn't hear Steve.
But Ross just kind of, I guess, what owner do you like better right now, Woody Johnson or Stephen Ross?
Did you watch the NBA on NBC last night? Nope.
That's what we're going with.
What's that?
Did you watch the NBA on NBC last night? Adam, I got to be honest. We basically hit every story that happened in the first 40 minutes of this show. I know you don't want to hear about LeBron, but we literally hit every sports story that happened yesterday. Everyone. Which, by the way, is kind of what we call our, wait for it, job.
Today's National Nut Day?
Cashew or D's?
Peanut, walnut.
We've done so many nut questions. I'm a little nuts of it.
How about this? How about if we go today's National Nut Day? Okay. And then let's come up with like 3 people.
Woody Johnson, Jerry Jones, Stephen Ross.
Today's National Nut Day. Who do you think is more nuts? And then we come up with some responses. Sometimes I crack myself up.
Would that make you a nut cracker?
Hello.
By the way, I only answered that text because it was really early and the last one was sent really late. I almost sent it at 5:30 this morning. I woke up. I'm like, really? 11 o'clock? You serious? I'm like, I almost.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins to join us on this Hump Day edition of Miller and Moulton. It's National Nut Day. We may have a poll question around that theme, although we may take it in a different direction. We're working on it.
We do have an NBA poll question up, though. That's right.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Write this down. October 22nd, an NBA poll question.
Very simple. Did you watch the NBA on NBC last night? Just a simple yes or no. And since I did it and voted first right now, yes is winning.
How about that? Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Well, we'll start with the NBA on NBC because there was only 2 games and they had them both. The first one, really good game, went double OT. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, where else would he hit the game-winning shot from, if not the free throw line? Because, boy, no, but Michael Jordan thinks SGA draws a lot of fouls. My goodness, LeBron thinks SGA draws a lot of fouls. 2 free throws, 2.3 seconds left in double OT. OKC edged Houston 125 to 124. It was Kevin Durant's debut with the Rockets. Mark, you know what one of the ironies was? The Houston Rockets starting lineup had more games played as a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder than did the Oklahoma City Thunder starting lineup.
And boy, do they love one of those players.
Yes.
Why Marchant received a king's welcome, Durant did not.
No.
Not even close.
No, he did not. Golden State, meanwhile, went to Los Angeles and beat the Lakers 119-109. Luka did have 43 in the loss, but Jimmy Butler with 31, Steph with 23. Man, the Warriors are old.
They are, and you know, it's funny, SGA did make 10 free throws. He shot 14. Jimmy Buckets went to the line 16 times last night. By the way, he didn't miss one.
So Oklahoma City at home, Golden State on the road, your first 2 wins in the association. 12 games in the NBA tonight. Orlando hosts Miami at 7 o'clock Eastern. ESPN with the doubleheader, and that means the debut of Inside the NBA on ESPN with, I think, the earliest start time they've ever had. They're getting an hour, and the doubleheader starts at 7. So Inside the NBA is on at 6. They're not going to do, by the way, a lot of shows before Christmas. I think they're doing like 4, and that's it. They're not getting, we used to joke the NBA doesn't start until Christmas. That's kind of how Shaq, Chuck, and the guys are working it too.
Yep.
But the double dip tonight, if you're interested, Cavs and Knicks, Spurs and Mavs. So you get to see Wembayama and you get to see Cooper Flagg and his NBA debut. Curious if anybody's interested, because there's a lot of Dallas Mavericks on national television this year. They are counting on you being interested in him. I don't know if that's going to fly or not. We'll see. Adam Silver did say something yesterday which got a few people's attention. Because Miller and Moulton have found it interesting that the commissioner of the WNBA is getting all the grief. When Mark, who owns the WNBA?
Well, that would be the NBA, David.
Right. So does anybody really think anything's happening at the WNBA that the NBA and its owners are not approving? Anybody? So Adam Silver was asked yesterday about the WNBA. His exact quote was, the WNBA salaries need big but fixed increases. Okay, we'll see.
Then that's probably what's going to happen.
We'll see. My guess is there's a strike, lockout, whatever, probably a strike, and we'll see if it carries into next year or not. But the NBA kind of got where they're drawing the line there, that whenever you got it finally, that Adam Silver said, oh, no, we're going to give you big raises. But it's not going to be like the old NBA, NFL rookie contracts, if you know what I mean. To hockey, Brad Marchand returned to Boston to a beautiful video and a rousing standing ovation, which lasted minutes. Good for the Bruins and their fans. You guys were awesome last night. And you know what? Good for Brad Marchand for showing his emotion, for crying while in uniform during the game and not being ashamed of it. It was a beautiful moment. And then Marchand went out and got 2 assists. Carter Verhaeghe got credit for the game-winning goal with 26 seconds to go. And the Panthers snapped the losing skid, got a much-needed 2 points with a 4-3 win in Boston. Jack Hughes with a hat trick for the Devils in a 5-2 win over the Leafs. Edmonton snapped a 3-game skid with a 3-2 overtime win over Ottawa. Crosby with goal number 629 in the Penguins' 5-1 win over Vancouver. The San Jose Sharks are yet to win a game. They're 0-4-2. Islanders, meanwhile, have won 3 in a row. 4-3 Islanders. Adrian Kempe with the game-winning goal for the LA Kings in overtime. They went to St. Louis and won 2-1. Anaheim with 4 unanswered. They beat the Preds in Nashville 5-2.
Yeah, after that nice start by the Preds, they've kind of come back to reality.
They have. Yes, they have. Third straight loss for the Dallas Stars. Columbus went into Dallas and won 5-1. Yikes. By the way, the Mammoth have won 4 in a row, but Colorado's still yet to lose in regulation. Utah 4-3 in overtime. The Avs are 5-0-2 to start the season. And the Caps finish a homestand with a 4-1 win over the Kraken. College football last night, over 1,000 yards of offense in Miami. So, of course, you knew the Dolphins weren't playing. Hello.
Oh, hey now.
Kennesaw State, the Owls improved to 5-2 with a 45-26 win over FIU at Pitbull Stadium.
The FIU fans did their best to imitate the Oklahoma State empty sections where a bunch of students ripped their shirts off and waved them. It's going to be the new thing in college football.
Did you see in Madison on Saturday? Now, the students showed up in mass because that's what they do, but the one section was entirely shirtless. Western Kentucky and Louisiana Tech went overtime, tied at 20. Louisiana Tech scored, kicked the extra point. Western Kentucky scored and said, we're going for the win. And they got it. 28-27, Western Kentucky in overtime. So, a couple of road teams winning a midweek game. Doesn't happen very often this time of the year. Usually home teams have a big edge. Couple more college football games tonight. Middle Tennessee State and Delaware. 7:30 on ESPN2. Missouri State and New Mexico State. 9 o'clock on CBS Sports Network. NFL news. We mentioned it earlier. Jets owner Woody Johnson defended head coach Aaron Glenn, but destroyed quarterback Justin Fields. Quote, if we could just complete a pass, unquote. NFL upholds the suspension of Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw, so he'll miss Sunday's game against the Cowboys. Vikings are sticking with Carson Wentz Sunday against the Chargers. Does that mean he's now the starting quarterback, or are they saying that J.J. McCarthy is still not healthy enough to play?
See, I think it's B. I think they may not, he may be, but they're saying he needs more time.
And I said this weekend that they play actually tomorrow.
Right.
So, and maybe that's it. Maybe short week, he's not ready. Maybe he'll be ready then in 10 days when they have to play again. The Falcons release wide receiver Ray McLeod. And speaking of wide receivers, Mark, before the season began, Raiders wide out Jacoby Myers, he and the team didn't reach a contract extension, so Myers said, get me out of here. But he's continued to go to work and play, and he's their best wide receiver. So he was asked by the media yesterday in Vegas, hey, trade deadline's in 2 weeks. You still want to be traded? His quote, oh, yeah, for sure, unquote. So 13 days away, NFL trade deadline. We'll see if Jacoby Myers is one of those who's dealt.
I will say the Raiders did come out and brought in Max Crosby and said, we are not shopping you around. Yes, everybody's calling about you. You're not going anywhere. And Crosby is happy about that. He says he loves Vegas.
Angels in the news yesterday. First, they hire Kurt Suzuki as manager. For the last 3 years, he's been a special assistant to the general manager. He has no coaching or managing experience of any kind. He did have a long career as a catcher and was the catcher on the Nats World Series winning team 6 years ago, but it's an interesting choice by the Angels. Apparently, negotiations with Albert Pujols broke down late. Pujols in the mix for the Orioles and the Padres job openings. But this is probably the big story, and I wonder how much oxygen it will get. Mike Trout testified for 2 hours yesterday in a civil suit trial. You remember the Angels pitcher Tyler Skaggs? He was found dead in a hotel room about 7-8 years ago. Okay. Well, the Skaggs family is suing the Angels, saying that they're responsible for his death. He died of a drug overdose. Well, it seems as if there was a member of the Angels who gave him the drugs that he died from. And so Trout,
not a player, but a
right,
manager or some
clubhouse,
sort of somebody, right. Clubhouse manager, somebody in right. the organization.
And so Trout talked about whether or not he knew that this clubhouse manager, whether he was involved in drugs and Skaggs, and 2 hours testimony yesterday. Dodgers released their rotation for the World Series. It'll be just like it was in the LCS against Milwaukee. Blake Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, and Ohtani. When Ohtani's your number 4 starter, I think you're the favorite to win the series.
No doubt.
And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories, and Mike Trout testifying for 2 hours here on Miller and Moulton.
Poll question is up. We also have our Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe poll questions of which featured games you want to watch at Shoeless Joe's on Sunday. We've got 4 games for the 1 o'clock slot. We've got all 3 4 o'clock games. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton to vote on that. Or did you watch the NBA last night? And I know the no's are going to win. I'm curious how big the yes number will be. Will it get to a third? I think that would be pretty good for the markets that we're in, David. I do.
Ooh, so that's your threshold.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Yes, it is.
Got it. Kind of like a Democrats vote total in Southwest Florida. Is that what you're saying? Can they get a third? Hey, a lot of snark on the show on this hump day. I mean, we're getting over it, but it's going to take a while.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, Be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow, Javier, you go to bed before my wife and Moulton's wife if you're going to bed between Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. I mean, I even think Moulton's wife stays up later than that.
I know. I mean, my wife doesn't head to bed till between 8 and 8:30. My goodness.
Yeah, I tell you what, I am someone who cannot watch recorded sports. Can't do it. I can't record a game and go back and watch it. I did it with the NBA years ago. I don't even think we were doing mornings, but yeah, we might have been. When Miami was in the final, I would record like the second half, get up at 6 a.m. I think we were still doing afternoons and I'd watch it. But hard for me to watch recorded sports, particularly on the weekend.
Is it because you know the outcome?
Yeah. I don't begrudge anybody that does. That's me personally. I can't do it. That's good. Good for you, EB. I couldn't watch that sport live on tape. I don't even care to read about it. I will say I can put it on if I want to take a nap. NASCAR literally puts me to sleep. I know golf does for some people. NASCAR for me, just watching them go around, down. Panda, it's funny. I was thinking not so much cry. I was thinking, did he have 6 beers before the interview or did he smoke a joint? Because his eyes are the people that try to make those comments about Aikman, and they do on social media with the red eyes. Watch a Jordan interview. Holy Toledo, are his eyes bloodshot. David wants us to work the night shift again so he can stay up and watch late night NBA. I've killed his sports with this show.
Killed my late night sports, I'll tell you that.
I know.
But
guilty as charged, David.
That's all right. You know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks for getting over it with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Going to kick a few things around this hour. Before Seth Everett, 1 hour from now, Bud Elliott to talk college football in about 90 minutes. Chris Perkins, the top of the bonus hour, to talk about the team with the second overall pick of the draft. If it were held this week, your Miami Dolphins. But, Mark, I saw a few things. I want to throw them out there. You ready?
Go.
Longest active streak of FBS college football teams scoring at least 24 points in a game.
Well,
Right.
let's see. We know it's not the Gators.
Right. No, they haven't been on this list in a long time.
I mean,
Long time.
to me, this is some school that you're not thinking about. I'm thinking in terms of like a Memphis.
Ooh. Can I just stop you there to give you your kudos? Number 2 on the list.
All right. I mean, that was where my head went first.
And the reason I'm mentioning this is because we have a lot of coaching vacancies. We have 10 vacancies already. And that doesn't count Mike Norvell. That doesn't count potentially Brian Kelly and anything else that could transpire down the road. And usually these days, who gets hired? Offensive guys that score points. So what fans seem to want. That's what athletic directors seem to want. They think, to put more people in the seats, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Obviously, Signetti's done it well, but he's not been there very long. So I think it's longer than the time he's been in Indiana, obviously. I can't think of another Big Ten team that I would name. Maybe the Buckeyes. Boy.
By the way, the team in the Big Ten that has the longest streak of consecutive games scoring 24 or more points, USC. They've done it 9 straight games.
Wow.
And that is tied for the 5th longest streak in the country. There are only 4 FBS teams out of the 136, I believe, that there are. It's either 136 or 137. There are only 4 FBS programs, Mark, that have scored 24 or more points in at least 10 consecutive games.
Let me try to get you to help me a little bit. Is this at least a team in a Power 4 conference?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss?
In fact, I'm pretty sure this is a team that is ranked.
Well, then it's not Ole Miss because you know that they're ranked.
Right.
I'm at a loss. Hit me. I'm not going to bore our audience anymore with me guessing.
Jeff Brom and Louisville have scored 24 or more points in 20 consecutive games. Far and away the leader, because Memphis is second with 14 consecutive games. And then Georgia Tech and North Texas each have done so for 11 consecutive games. But I mention it because some of the names that have come up recently, hey, can we go and get so-and-so? After the upset win over Miami, people realized, wow, Jeff Brom has been a giant killer for years. Look at all these wins over top 5 teams when he was not ranked, by the way. And he did it again. And people wondering, would he leave Louisville? It's his alma mater. Okay. Brent Key He's the head coach at Georgia Tech. They're tied for third on their list. Georgia Tech is his alma mater. And I know some of you may go, yeah, but, if we offer $2 million more a year, well, you
Maybe,
tell me. Yeah,
maybe,
you
but
tell me.
And we can't believe anybody at face value anymore, but I've not heard Braum say it, but the word's out there that Key's not interested in any other job that's not Alabama.
Right. That was what I was told. I asked 2 Georgia Tech boosters, one more prominent than the other. By the way, Ole Miss is the SEC team. All right. They have done so in 9 consecutive games. Baylor and BYU have each done it in the Big 12 for 9 consecutive games. But, that's a threshold mark. When we talk about games, college and pro, a lot of time, we say, hey, can you get to 24? Well, in college, here you go. Because remember, for those thinking, oh, Ohio State, the Michigan game late last year.
Right. There always seems to be a clunker for everyone. And actually, I mentioned Signetti. I don't think they got there against Iowa this year. Not to 24.
No. Don't believe they did either.
It was either 20 or 23. But
I think it was 20-15.
Right.
The final net.
I think you're right.
20-13, and then they took the safety on the final play of the game. So it just a factoid, and just some of the coaches that go along with it. Is Memphis, even though they lost to UAB last week, could they end up being the best group of 5 team? Well, then that coach, that's where Norvell came from, that coach could be up for jobs. Well, the one thing they do there, they score. Remember, Alex Golish in South Florida have been scoring a whole bunch of points. How many did they score against Miami a month ago? Exactly. So it just, I don't know. It was a factoid that I found interesting because of some of the coaches and offensive play callers that are behind these numbers.
Do you think Braum is a candidate for any of the big jobs that are currently open or others that we think could open?
No. See, I think the state of college football today has a lot more programs, far more than most everyone would consider, has a serious chance to win. That I think we're still, as a group, not just Miller and Moulton, but all of us as fans, we still think that the grouping is small. And I think now there are an awful lot of coaches, athletic directors, and programs who are like, well, hell, no reason we can't win. It's all about money. We can get our hands on money.
And Louisville has money. They do.
Yes, they do.
It is, and we are talking about the ACC. And at the end of the day, Clemson's not Clemson anymore. They're just not.
Oh, boy. How about that loss last weekend?
Yeah.
How about SMU going into Clemson and beating them by 14?
By the way, what's SMU have just a ton of, David?
Mark, that would be money.
Yes, it would be.
Right.
Florida State's not Florida State anymore. It's not. And Miami, as much as we thought that they had their act together, well, they pulled a Miami. Now, they should be able to make the playoff this year. They should.
No.
But there's no formula that's out there that tells you that teams can put together excellence on an annual basis. College football could end up looking more and more, as we predicted, like the NFL.
Right.
And when we start an NFL season, every year we tell you that there's going to be 5 new playoff teams. At least 4, probably 5. And it's hard as hell. When we make our predictions, David and I write them down. I know I do at least. I look at them and then I start going, which team am I so sure about going back to the playoffs isn't? Because these numbers that I wrote down don't add up with what happens on an annual basis. And I think from the 12-team playoff and whenever we go to a 16-team playoff, you're going to see a bunch of new teams each year. And it's not just going to be from the Big 12 and the ACC. I mean, obviously, the SEC now is so deep that we're talking about teams like Missouri and Vanderbilt having real opportunities to make the playoff.
It's just a snapshot in time. But Indiana, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, and Vanderbilt are all in the top 10 in college football. Indiana, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, and Vanderbilt. Now, we're barely past the midway point. These teams could all fall apart. But that goes to the point we made earlier that there are far more programs. I mean, come on, let's go back 5-10 years. Seriously, just you could go back to the late 20 teens. Indiana, Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt. 5 years ago, the thought of any of them being ranked in the top 10 approaching Halloween. And that's what's going on right now. I'm telling you, there are a lot of ADs and coaches that believe, oh, we can win here.
By the way, BYU, Texas Tech, and Missouri are all in the top 15.
And what do Texas Tech and BYU have? Money. And Missouri ain't poor because they're in the SEC. It's just a matter of how much of it are they going to allocate to the football program.
And that's part of what we think's making it more difficult to attract the coach to whatever team is out there. If they've got it going somewhere else, do they really want to start over again? American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family-owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it
For
real.
over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Panda, you're right. They have, but it was in the 90s. Georgia Tech hasn't been relevant in 20 years. And Puck, if they do a third, I'd be impressed with where we live and the markets that watch us. And I know we're far bigger in Southwest Florida than the other markets we're in, but Tampa and Jacksonville are not NBA markets. Port Charlotte certainly isn't. I can't imagine Lake City is. You know, if we were in Orlando, it'd be a different story. They're into their team there. Miami, huge into the Heat, but we're not in those markets. Southwest Florida hates the NBA. They do. And old people do too. And by the way, old white people especially, what's Southwest Florida? They like college basketball, not the NBA. And we've got data for years and years and years on that. We used to get a lot more TV numbers in days gone by. I don't know how much, Fly Panda. It'd be interesting if they do.
EB, I've always found that old is defined depending on how old the person is who's defining it.
Yeah, I think you're right there, EB. That's Southwest Florida. I was just saying that, I said flat out, you're talking about the poll question that we're at about a third. And I'm like, we know that Southwest Florida, our biggest market, hates the NBA. And who doesn't like the NBA? Old and white. And what Southwest Florida? Old and white. And obviously, younger people don't listen to sports talk radio as much as older people do. Wish our audience would be younger. We try, but they're going to be more apt to listen to a podcast than they are our show, and we hope they download it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett will join us at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. It's a hump day edition. Thanks for getting over the hump with us. Poll question today, very simple. So did you watch the NBA on NBC last night? That's all. Yay or nay? Tuesday night?
Did you?
No. Now, first off, I was traveling.
I know. I got it.
Flight. No. But I'm just saying, I got back. I walked in the door right around the time that the first game was starting. And obviously, I hadn't been home in 5 days. So, but no, the games didn't interest me. Okay. I mean, the Golden State Lakers game, I've seen it 40 times. It's kind of like, remember how many seasons in a row did the Giants and the Cowboys play the first game of the year? And it became a joke. I'm a Giants fan. I was laughing. I'm like, seriously? Week 1 again? Come on. We've seen this game. Warriors Lakers does nothing for me anymore. And no, Houston OKC didn't do it for me either. And I was having fun with the John Tesh theme. I didn't need to hear it again. And I'll be honest with you, when's the last time Michael Jordan said something interesting? The documentary.
I was curious if he would, and he didn't to me.
Yeah.
But I will say, I like Tirico. When Tirico does a game, it feels a little bigger to me. It does.
Right.
And Tirico does an excellent job. It doesn't matter what the damn sport is. And OKC and Houston intrigued me a little bit. OKC, defending champ. We've had a pretty long run of teams not being able to defend. Houston's going to be a pretty good team. That will be an intriguing Western Conference once again. Are you in it all tonight? It's your team, and they're playing the Cavs, two best teams in the East. Or will you watch the local broadcast and catch our Orlando Magic and the Heat?
I'm actually more interested in the Heat and the Magic than I am my Knicks and the Cavs. Because here's the other thing. Listen, you and I love hockey. I have not watched a ton of hockey so far this year because I will say also the regular season product is very different than the playoff product. Playoff hockey, I think, is the best sport in the world. Okay. There's a lot of skating in regular season hockey. Yeah, it's tremendous. The skill level's never been better, but there's very little hitting. And what I love about hockey is the hitting. And it doesn't exist in regular season. It's kind of like regular season basketball to playoff basketball. It's an entirely different sport. And so, Mark, I'm not as interested in regular season hockey and basketball, and I'm all over postseason hockey and basketball.
Right. No, I understand. And it's why, we got about 4 weeks from tonight, thereabouts, the first regular season meeting between the Panthers and the Lightning, and Miller and Moulton will be all in for that game.
And like I was in on Brad Marchand returning to Boston last night. That interested me. That was a human story. That interested me. It touched me. It did. My eyes were welling up watching that. That Marchand, the organization and the crowd, a lot of organizations and crowds do what the Boston organization and crowd did last night. Although I thought the Bruins crowd went harder, longer than a lot of other cities go. I think they reacted to Marchand getting emotional and realizing, wow, this place, this city, us really did mean something to him. Look at him. Wow, he's crying. And he's not retired either. This isn't a ceremony where we're putting the number up in the rafters and he's done. He's playing wearing a different team's jersey than ours. And he's crying. Wow, we meant that much to him. That touched me.
And the irony of this, I think, is spelled out in a text that I got last night, David. To see that little rat get choked up was pretty cool. Huge heart. You hate him if he's not on your side. Every team needs him. And the first part of that, to see that little rat get choked up, because that's what every fan base who doesn't have Brad Marchand on their team thinks of Brad Marchand. They do. Now, I will say, he and Bissonnette and their fun little interviews and the way they've gone at it have really humanized Brad Marchand. It's helped him immensely from the Q rating, if you will, because nobody liked him when he played for the Bruins except for Bruins fans.
Right.
Then he came to Florida, and a lot of people don't like the Florida Panthers. I mean, in fact, nobody likes the Florida Panthers unless you're a Florida Panther fan. And those are new. The Lightning hate all of you. And the rest of the hockey world does not like the style and the way in which the Panthers play. Miller and Moulton, by the way, love it.
Wish the whole league still played that way.
Damn right.
Yes.
But then he comes there, a team that already is edgy and they add that guy. But I do think those interviews, he's damn good in front of a camera. He really is. He's got a quick wit. He seems to be a pretty nice guy on camera. And for all of a sudden, the guy that is called by hockey people a little rat, he became more human to us. And last night was obviously the pinnacle of that. So I'm with you. I watched it. I was at soccer, and it's happening while I'm there, and I have to wait for someone to post the video so I can watch it. It was fantastic.
I mean, not to be overly dramatic, but I think we as fans, we want to know that they really care sometimes. Because we do, irrationally, but we do. We devote a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of money.
A lot of money. I mean, even if we don't go to games anymore, we've talked about what it costs just to watch the NFL.
And to know that it really meant something to you, huh? Wow. You know, whether we, they, the city. Wow. And thank you for showing it to us also as fans. I know I would, if I was in that arena last night, it would have meant the world to me as a Bruins fan. Okay. Wow. You know, us showing it to you, that's what we do as fans. We cheer. Okay. But you showing it back to us, thank you. Because that's what we want. That's what we hope for. We hope that this, you know, is special, that it meant something. And you could tell it did. I mean, I almost expected at one point to him to just skate a little further away from the bench and go to the Bruins logo at center ice and like just start tapping it. Okay, he kept tapping his heart, and I was almost waiting for him to go to the logo and tap it. I thought it was awesome.
Absolutely. No doubt. And to have a couple of assists, and I think, you know, the Bruins fans always want to see the Bruins win. If they're going to lose, they want to see the guy that they celebrated have a big night, and he did.
Yeah. 2 assists in the win, and the Panthers needed the 2 points. They had lost a bunch in a row. They needed it. So good for everyone involved. And well done, Boston. Well done.
Well done, no doubt. It's as classy as I've seen any fan base in a long time. And come on now, we don't always expect that out of the folks in Boston, and they were terrific last night. Absolutely, positively terrific. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett coming up in about 30 minutes' time. An hour from now, we'll talk college football with Bud Elliott and Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins in the bonus hour. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Todd and I are local. We're involved in our community. We live here. We work here. We're in our showroom every day. We love working with our guests. We love giving back to our community.
We are so excited about our new store. Same location, same team, new environment. Every day is like a grand reopening. Absolutely stunning when you walk through our doors now. Come experience the newness of the Diamond District. See what we've done.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And DC, the reason why I don't think that NFL playoffs, which are awesome, baseball playoffs, which are awesome, compared to the hockey playoffs, is the nature of the game. I mean, you do know during a 3-hour broadcast, the ball is in play for 10 minutes in football. 10 minutes. Baseball, I mean, even with the pitch clock. Meanwhile, puck's in play for 60 minutes in hockey. So that's another reason why I think it's the best. I like actually the no-touch icing rule because I thought it was a dangerous play. Thought it a long time ago. I mean, those guys
I agree that it is a dangerous play, but I think it takes certain plays out of the game. You could throw a hard wrap from one side to the other and time that right and negate an icing, and that doesn't happen anymore. You're right. It's a dangerous play.
And with the way they're skating nowadays at over 20 miles an hour, I'm willing to make that trade-off. Phi Panda, the inside guys haven't done a broadcast yet for ESPN. Puck, you're going to get Drinkwitz. You're going to get Eli. Gotcha.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till Seth Everett joins us. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, a couple of things I want to bring up here. First off, one of my favorites happened yesterday. It's a Hall of Fame list. So they narrowed it down, the coaches category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They narrowed it down to 12. Bill Belichick at the top of the list. I mean, it's tough to imagine that if they nominate someone, it's not going to be Bill Belichick. But Tom Coughlin's on the list, one of 5 men to win 2 or more championships, now 6 if you count Belichick, who's not in the Hall of Fame. Mike Holmgren, Chuck Knox, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, Mike Shanahan, also on the list. George Seifert, also on the list. So, I mean, we got a lot of Super Bowl wins here on this list. Just curious, Mark, yay or nay?
Well, first off, how many get to go in?
My understanding is they get 1 nominee.
Well, then, unfortunately, there's only one that's going to get the nod.
Right.
But, okay.
But last year, by the way, you take Belichick off this list, Mike Holmgren was the nominee. Not Coughlin. Not Shanahan. Not Seifert. 3 guys who all won 2 Super Bowls. Okay? They nominated Holmgren, and he didn't get in. So just, gut feeling, Mark, you're voting, yay or nay. Coughlin.
Yes.
Holmgren.
Yes.
Okay. Won it with the Packers, but took the Seahawks. Chuck Knox. That goes back to the 70s and 80s. Rams, Bills. Okay. Chuck Knox.
Boy, David, you'd have to help me there. My gut says no.
Right.
But it's one where I know Pat did some work for this last year, and I need the person who's doing the work to sell me. But right now, I'm a no.
He won, I think, 5 straight NFC West titles with the Rams from like 73 to 77. They never went to the Super Bowl. He didn't have a ton of playoff success. He also won an AFC East when he went to the Bills in the early 80s with Joe Ferguson. All right. Dan Reeves. I'm a big yes on Dan Reeves.
I believe that I am too, David. I've always thought that he was underappreciated.
Obviously, he took the Broncos and the Falcons to the Super Bowl, never won it. Plus, you throw his playing career on top of it. I'm sorry. To me, he's in. Marty Schottenheimer, huge Schottenheimer guy. That's who Pat, by the way, presented the case for last year.
And I don't know if I was a no before, but when Pat came into the studio last year, he was in the midst of all of that work and just started laying it on me during the commercial breaks. And, man, he presented a hell of a case.
George Seifert. And it's funny, I know he's won 2. I'm a no, because he inherited at least 1. I mean, they had won it the year before. Walsh handed him the team. So I don't give Seifert the credit he probably deserves.
Right. That's like saying if Barry Switzer got 1 more, does he deserve it?
Right. Mike Shanahan obviously won the 2 with the Broncos. Does Mike Shanahan, yes or no?
I think yes.
Okay. There's a couple of other guys. There's some assistants. Bill Arnsparger, okay, defensive coordinator of the no-name defense with the Dolphins.
Arnsparger owes me money.
Alex Gibbs, legendary offensive line coach. Those Broncos offensive
Not to mention
lines.
all the work he did with the Bee Gees.
Right. Okay. There's a couple other names on the list,
He
buddy.
gets so mad when I do this.
No, no. I love it. No. I love it.
Because David could go down a rabbit hole with assistant coaches for an hour, and I just won't let him.
I could. I think there should be a category for them. I think they're important. All right. I think coaching is far more important than we talk about.
You know, it is interesting in today's day, David. I think your point becomes louder because now we think of coordinators differently today than we really did. And I don't know how much it's changed, but the emphasis on who coaches put around them is more important than it's ever been.
You know, the Ernie Zampesis, the Tom Moores of the world, you know, we all have our favorite assistant coaches.
Right. If Gladys Knight gets into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, should there be a wing for the Pips? I mean, that's really what you're trying to say.
Well,
and on dress alone, in those light blue tuxedos that you used to see in those TV ads, how can you not let them in?
Well, because also think about who the Pips would be up against. They'd be up against the Sunshine Gang, the E Street Band. You know, I mean, that's who you're going up against.
And while I'm a big fan of the Silver Bullet Band, they don't hold a candle to the Pips.
Right. I mean, that's all. So, and then a couple of old timers, Buddy Parker, he best known, he won 2 titles with the Lions in the 50s. He wasn't their head coach when they won their last championship in 57. He was their head coach when they went back-to-back in the early 50s. I will say this, Clark Shaughnessy should be in the Hall of Fame. And I had no idea who Clark Shaughnessy was. He apparently was the one that brought back the T formation. And he's considered the guy who invented the forward pass and brought it to football. I don't know. That's pretty damn innovative. I mean, he could get my vote.
Love me some wing tea.
Yeah, and the forward pass. I don't know.
Kind of important, David.
Seems as if it helped the sport. So
if you're going to lobby for Don Coryell, you'd have to lobby there for who's that again?
Clark Shaughnessy. Did you hear the story? I think it was a couple days ago. It might have been over the weekend. Did you hear the story of the guy who has played 2 years in the G League, who now is going to go play for Louisville? You heard me? Yes. London Johnson. He's a guard. He went from high school to the pros. He's played for the Maine Red Claws and Cleveland Charge of the G League. And now he's going to go to college and play for Louisville. And they say he has 2 years of eligibility remaining. So essentially, each year in the G League counts as a year of college eligibility.
And if he's a starter, it's probably a pretty decent raise from what he was making in the G League.
I'm sorry, he's played 3 seasons in the G League.
Oh, one of them was a redshirt year in the G League? What the hell?
Apparently he's arriving mid this season, but he's going to sit the whole season out, and then he will play for the Cardinals for the next 2 years. He graduated high school 3 years ago, was considered a 4-star prospect. He bypassed college and signed a 2-year deal with the NBA's G League Ignite. Yeah. But anyway, so he goes from high school to the pros, albeit a minor league level. And now, after playing 3 years professionally, he can play college ball?
David, there's part of me with this story that says the NCAA just threw their hands up because they don't want to lose another lawsuit. But this, I mean, it's obviously backward.
Yeah.
I
know.
But the other way I'm looking at it is like the Vandy quarterback there who sued and won for a 6th year of eligibility because he was playing JUCO and that didn't count.
Right.
If you have 5 years of eligibility, they're saying he used 3?
Well, no, they think he's going to have 2 years of eligibility remaining. I have no idea how they figured this out. I at first glance, I'm a little, but then again, Chris Weinke could play professional baseball, never made it to the majors, but he played all those years in the minors and then went back to Florida State and played football. But he switched sports. And so we all went, that's unusual. But, well, yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like he played 6 years in the NFL and then now he's going to play college ball. So, okay. But yes, this kid finished high school, signed with the bypassed college, signed with professional basketball, got paid for the last 3 years, but was not signed by an organization. And now he is going to be a point guard for Louisville, not this year, but for the 2 years that follow.
And I got a quick text on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line that said another player's already done this. A big man, Theory Darlin, who played also 2 years in the G League and is playing for Santa Clara. And he is from Central Africa, and he played in the pro leagues on another continent. So it doesn't make any sense.
But then again, when we can go back a few years, I mean, there have been a lot of European teens who were then drafted into the NBA or signed by colleges, but they were getting paid over on some of those European teams. But we didn't count it in the States. You know, this guy's playing in the States.
It's different, but it's on the same level. You know, they changed the rules, and I know 6 people care about college hockey, but they changed the rules in collegiate hockey with NIL, because before, if you played in the Canadian Junior League,
right,
you were ineligible to play for U.S. college teams. That's why some players in the past would play in, it's a league called the USHL. It's a junior league in the States, but for whatever reason, you could go from the USHL to Division I college programs, but you couldn't from the CHL. Right. Well, that's changed.
Correct. But then with NIL, some kids are bypassing Canadian juniors and they're getting paid to play college hockey for a year or two in the States before they then go get drafted and play in the NHL.
Right. And it's basically a year for the most part because they're draft eligible at 18.
Right.
In the NHL. So
I mean, I think Penn State signed like the top kid out of
Canada. Yeah.
And he's making $1 million, I believe, this year to play hockey at Penn State.
He was going to go to Penn State. Then Michigan State thought they had him, and Penn State said,
No. How much?
The Pagulas said, what do we need to pay this kid? Because there's a chance we'll be in the lotto again and have a shot at drafting him in Buffalo.
I was going to say, if we can't get him to play for the Sabres, we can get him to play for the Nittany Lions.
And the way that the Sharks and Flames are starting out, their hopes are being squashed right now. But hell, the NHL lottery is probably as fixed as any of the other ones.
So I just thought that was an interesting story. I got to be honest, I don't know where I am on that. You and I are very pro athlete, very pro player. Okay. That's interesting, though. You got to admit. So, all right, you're done with high school. You going to college? No, I'm going to go play pro basketball. Oh, okay. Well, good luck. After 2-3 years of playing pro basketball, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to go to college. Wait, well, you can't play ball. Sure, I can. Wait, what? Huh.
So Louisville and Santa Clara having G League players on their college teams this year.
Right. And apparently a year in the G League may or may not equal a year of college eligibility. Hey, I'm just reading the story. I don't know.
And I don't either. And I'm with you. I don't know how to take this story. I don't know how to take Seth Everett some days either, but he's been coming on every week for years, and he's next. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Mark your calendars. Friday, October 24th, the 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards, Southwest Florida's premier business event at the Calusa Sound Convention Center in Fort Myers. It's hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. Tickets on sale now. Visit IndustryAppreciationAwards.com. That's IndustryAppreciationAwards.com for your tickets today. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi, boys.
How are you?
I'm good. Busy day. Just wanted to.
Represent.
Had to.
Did you take the Mariners loss hard?
No, but I know people who did. Wow. What in the world with Raleigh on deck and you're 2-0 with your season on the line, and you're swinging away. Just Julio Rodriguez has no mechanics whatsoever. Everybody's making a big deal about the pitcher was brought in to face Springer. I don't watch enough to know, but 2-0 when you have a guy who hit 60 home runs on deck, and you're the last out, and you're 2-0, take a damn pitch.
I will say, though, he's arguably their best hitter, and he thought he was getting a fastball, and the guy threw him a wicked 2-0 slider. Okay. You know, but I understand. I know. Now,
the extra inning game against the Tigers, you get the leadoff man on second. Punt him over. Come on.
Hey, listen, the analytics people make the case you have a 2% better chance of him scoring if you don't bunt than if you do. I will say, Seth, in this day and age, with all the strikeouts that there are, bunting the guy over to third is not the play that it used to be, because it seems as if any pitcher can strike any guy out.
That's fair. But 2-0 when you have Raleigh on deck.
Right. And the pitcher on the mound's a righty, and obviously Raleigh would, even though he's a switch hitter, but you'd rather him hitting left-handed, right? No, but that game's not played anymore.
I know. I know. I'm not trying. I'm trying not to dwell. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm over it. I'm watching this and I'm going, oh my God, what is this nonsense? Joe Davis is very good, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. By the way, I was doing some work there. What are you going with today? Is it a Devil shirt? What?
Seattle Supersonics.
Oh, Supersonics.
The Thunder wear this uniform. There's a mutiny.
From whom?
Oh, they'll come with pitchforks from Seattle.
Well, that's what they use after their home runs, right?
Yeah, yes, those.
They'll be bringing the trident.
That's pretty good. I might use that.
Go Thunder.
Go Thunder.
Go hot neighbor.
Oh, yeah. Hot neighbor. Said goodbye to my kids this morning.
Say hello to the hot neighbor this afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
A hump day. We're halfway through, so we're kind of at the midway point of our week as well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We've got the week-long Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe poll questions, which is they want to hear from you and have you pick the featured game that gets, the special attention and the sound in the sports bar at 1 and 4 o'clock. So vote accordingly. But our poll question today is simply, did you watch the NBA on NBC last night? Yes or no? That's all. And it's about 70-30 right now, no, which is what we expected. But, there was a lot of publicity, the opening of the season, and, back on NBC for the first time in 23 years. And so just curious, the whole John Tesh theme, did any of you watch, and how many? Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, 2 terrific podcasts. He joins us every week at this time. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. Morning.
Morning.
Did you watch?
I saw it on TikTok. Does that count?
According to those that care, any impression is a good impression. So
yeah.
I guess.
Well, I mean, when I hit on TikTok at some point during the evening, they showed, the For You page showed the Open. Tirico was great. Noah Eagle's involved. I'm thrilled about that. Carmelo Anthony's involved. I'm thrilled about that.
By the way, just want to stop there. Okay. Carmelo dressed as if he was doing a podcast. Everyone else associated with NBC was in a shirt, a tie, and a sport coat. And Mello, I think, is like, no, man, this is how I dress. I don't know what to tell you. I thought that was hysterical.
I didn't see. That's funny.
And by the way, I mean, early returns is that people really liked Carmelo. Is that people think he might be really good at this. And come on now, we rely on a lot of really old athletes.
Yeah.
Or studio hosts or, studio analysts, if you will. I mean,
get a next generation kind of thing.
Far removed from the game. So someone who's pretty close to the game, who knows these players being good and maybe not holding back, it doesn't matter what sport, that's good for the sport.
One of my college students for the course I teach was talking about how Fox has the old timers on the MLB pregame. That's Jeter and A-Rod. And I went, they're the old timers?
Well, if you want old timers, how about their NFL studio show? I mean, Bradshaw's last game was 83. Howie Long's last game was in the very early 90s. Okay, Jimmy Johnson just retired from that show. I mean, even Strahan's last game was 2007.
Yeah, time flies. We're all getting old.
Yep.
It's terrible.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
How it works. So Miller and Moulton thought of you yesterday.
Yeah.
All right. And we gave you a hint. We text you and said, just so you know, we're gonna bring this up. So
that
apparently
that group chat does help.
Yes. So
yesterday.
So the Carolina Hurricanes and the Colorado Avalanche are doing a thing this year that when they meet
on Thursday.
Right. That when they meet, and they will play tomorrow, that since the one franchise started in Hartford and the other franchise started in Quebec, that it will be the Whalers and the Nordiques. That's what you will see when they play one another tomorrow night. And I'm just curious because the team that you love in North American sports more than any other came from somewhere else.
Sure.
Would you be offended if they wore Colorado Rockies jerseys, if they celebrated those half dozen years they played in Colorado before they moved to New Jersey?
That's not the analogy. That's not the analogy, because if the first of all, Colorado has a team, and so it's not apples to apples, and I'd be in the receiving team. See, the people in Denver shouldn't be offended by this. The people in Quebec should be offended by this, and the people in Hartford should be offended by this. You took their team. I just watched late last night, I watched the Who Killed the Montreal Expos documentary. And if you do that and the Nationals showed up in Expos uniforms, you'd be offended. And the thing about it is, it's always about the city that lost. And I'll give you one case in point. The Utah Mammoth play in Utah. Their minor league team in the American Hockey League is the Tucson Roadrunners, who have a special jersey night where they wear the Phoenix Coyotes or the Arizona Coyotes uniforms. That's cool. That's minor league, and that's honoring in the city that it is. If they'd announced that the Hurricanes and Avalanche are playing in Quebec and they're going to wear those uniforms, I'd go. That's fantastic. Do that, or go to Hartford. There's an arena there, but they
not the mall anymore, though, is it?
No.
But my argument is, what you do is you slap the face of the Quebec fan and the Hartford fan, and no one in Denver cares about that. They're like, oh, this is cool. This is great. This is going to look cool on television. Oh, nostalgia. But relocation is about the city that loses. And all I say is, if the Oklahoma City Thunder show up in Seattle Supersonics uniforms, there'd be a mutiny.
I am just telling you, if there was anything I could do to make that happen, anything, outside of selling my soul, I would really like to see that happen. I really would.
I would
Because
too.
look it, Hartford is not a major league town. Did it suck that they lost to the Whale? Sure, I guess it did.
But you don't have to rub their nose in it.
So
That's
you
the
just ignore
point.
it forever.
No, you sell the jerseys in Hartford. Open up a
Well, you could
go to a Bamberger's or a
Hartford,
Macy's or
But if I
a-
go to a Carolina
Bamberger.
Hurricane game wearing a Hartford Whaler jersey, I'm an ass?
No, but in Hartford, the people there don't want to see their jersey on the team that they lost.
Then maybe they should have gone to the games when the team was there.
Oh, they did. Fans
No,
went.
they-
Fans went to the Nordiques
No,
game.
they didn't. The Nordiques a different story. That had a lot to do with more than tax. And playing in Quebec was a loser. You couldn't make any money doing it.
Watch that Expos documentary and tell me if you feel the same way.
All right.
I
Fascinating
probably will,
documentary.
to be honest with you.
It's great. It's weird, but it's great. They did it. They did the translations, and they had like actors acting them out. So like Vladimir Guerrero talks, and it's like somebody like acting like Vladimir Guerrero. It's not like translator guy, like the way we think of translation. Right. And half of the thing is in French, so the mouths don't move to where the words are coming, because they're clearly not saying what they're saying. The only people that are in English are Pedro Martinez and your guy Samson.
By the way, just curious, don't spoil it. Do they make a conclusion as to, or do they just present the case and let us as the viewer come to our own conclusion?
All right, I'll give you a good spoiler here. I think there's a big flaw in it, and I think they had to omit something in order to get the footage of the Expos. If you remember in the 1990 Yankees documentary on Peacock last year, they weren't allowed to use baseball footage because it was such a egregious thing. Baseball wouldn't let them use the footage. There's all kinds of Expos footage in there. There is not one mention of contraction. Relocation was not the number one idea. Okay. The idea in 2002 was to eliminate the Expos and the Minnesota Twins.
And the Twins, right.
There's not a mention of that. All that happens is they're losing money, and then they say, and Washington was the only option. No, it wasn't.
Gotcha. By the way, a gentleman who lives in the Red River Valley in the upper Midwest agrees with you and says if the Dallas Stars were to wear North Star throwback jerseys, there would be an uprising.
Haven't they already done it?
A team.
Haven't they already done it?
A team.
Right.
Oh my
but I think the Stars have worn.
That's what I thought. I
North
could have
Star
sworn they have.
But the difference
or did the Wild wear North Star jerseys, and that's
the
okay.
Wild did, right? The Wild did. That's different. That's the city that lost the team. It's always about the loser, not the new city. The new city. You're not honoring your past. You're insulting your past.
Okay, got it. Just
we'll agree to disagree.
I know,
and I can't wait to watch that game on Thursday night with two of the great jerseys from the World Hockey League.
I was going to say it's WHA night.
When I was with the Avalanche in the one season that I was in with the Avalanche and the Devils came, I did a whole feature on the history of those two franchises playing when they were the Colorado Rockies and the Quebec Nordiques. And we did it in like an intermission, and it was like there were 4 times that those two franchises had met, but in the reverse locker rooms.
Right.
That's cool.
And then
that's history.
And then ironically, they would meet in a Stanley Cup final.
That's right.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. So which podcast you doing this week?
Hall of Justice, Peacemaker, Season 2.
I just thought I'd put a little music behind you. Since you're hating on the Whalers, I'll go with a little Brass Bonanza.
That's the Whalers song?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep.
Right? There you go.
Yeah, play this.
Toe tap.
I might open Sports with Friends with that.
Brass Bonanza, Seth. Brass Bonanza.
Right. So think of that tomorrow when you're disgusted By the
My friend
Nordiques?
Pete is a huge Whalers fan. He was a season ticket holder. He is livid this morning.
Well, play that. Leave that on his cell phone.
Sure.
As a message and see how long the friendship lasts.
By the way, 8 buddies of mine are going to Syracuse, North Carolina a week from Friday. It's me and 7 other friends.
Wow.
Can't wait. Go
That's
Orange.
Okay, 20 seconds. What are you doing again, Sports with Friends?
Sports with Friends next week.
I'm sorry.
All of Justice.
All of Justice is Peacemaker, the season 2 recap review.
Gotcha.
Kind of like this segment, a peacemaker between the Whalers.
Peace at all costs.
And the Nordiques.
You know, I have to admit, Seth, we've never thought of you as a peacemaker. Troublemaker, not a peacemaker.
Oh, sorry. I titled it wrong.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. Bud Elliott in 25 minutes here on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I sent you something.
All right. Oh, the other one, now that I'm thinking of it, David, when they did the top 5 returns to towns, one of them was PK Subban going back to Montreal. I nearly threw up.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Patrick Kane going back to Chicago, 2 awful teams. Oshie going back to Montreal when he was with Nashville. He won so much in Montreal. It was just like, really, ESPN? You know, they had Gretzky, they had Messier, and they had Ratinen going back in winning against Colorado. Okay, that I'll take. That was cool last year. But it's like, oh my goodness, can you self-serve anymore? I will do that. I would see if you could ask him to if he could do the link on his phone and not put video, because the sound is far better. If not, I'll call. It doesn't matter. I did laugh the one bit of ESPN hockey I watched. TJ Oshie in his first game doing it basically made a comment like, well, this is the most hockey I've watched. Like, he basically got the job and sounds like he didn't watch a lot of hockey. I was like, that's pretty. I don't know how good he is. I just thought that was refreshing, being that honest.
He says, I can do that through Safari, right? Yes.
Yes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. There's a couple of situations going on in college football that I must admit I don't fully understand. Why is it? Listen, I know the Auburn fan is passionate. We all know that. We get that. But you're close. I mean, you're 3-3, and you could argue you'd be 5-1 just with proper officiating. Okay, sure. Could Hugh Freeze be recruiting a little bit better? Yeah. Okay. Is it frustrating that for the last 3 years you're tied or leading in the fourth quarter and you've lost 8 out of those 10 games in conference play? Yes, I get it. But are you really going to blow this up? I mean, are we sure we don't just want to give it one more year? Like, I think Hugh Freeze, this could be Billy Napier in Florida, and the Auburn folks are right, and there's no reason to give him year 4. Let's just cut it after year 3. But, Mark, I feel as if Auburn's already overreacted not that long ago. They never should have got rid of Gus Malzahn.
All right. You may be right on Gus. Let me just ask you a couple of questions about Hugh Freeze, because I can't argue with what you're saying. They are close. And apparently, and I don't pay attention to the stars of rankings of recruits as much as I should across the country. But he's got a couple of big-time receivers that are there that were 4-star or 5-star guys. Hasn't been able to get a quarterback.
True.
And isn't he supposed to bring them offense?
Yes. That was his
How's
thing.
their offense been?
I agreed.
How was his play calling in the second half against Georgia? I mean, they self-destruct. They should have been up 17-0, David. They should have been. He quit attacking Georgia. And let's be honest, Georgia's beatable. I mean, that defense is a mess.
I feel as if we're where we are at Auburn, which is where we were a year ago with Billy Napier. And it turned out that the end of last season was the mirage. Okay, but I feel as if Hugh Freeze has a track record at this level. Hugh Freeze won games at Ole Miss when we weren't openly paying players, where you still had to do it under the table. So maybe the Auburn folks are right and I'm wrong, but that one surprises me. Here's the one, though, that are they running Shane Beamer out of Columbia, South Carolina?
I'll tell you what, if they are, there's a bunch of places that should hire him immediately.
Oh, my. Well, I mean, forget the obvious Virginia Tech. I mean, obviously, because of his dad and the whole deal. But what are we doing here? What are we doing? First off,
can we go back to Auburn for just a second?
Okay.
They're 3, and I want to get to Beamer. I don't want to discount that at all, but I just want, how many does he have to get the rest of the year for the Auburn fan to be satisfied, or does it just matter if he wins the last game?
So win the Iron Bowl?
Yeah, because they have Arkansas and Kentucky on their schedule, both winnable games at Arkansas. I mean, Arkansas's played a bunch of teams tough, particularly at home.
Yeah, and Petrino, they seem to be doing a little better. They played A&M really tough last week, but
they're at Vandy. That they're going to be an underdog in that game.
Of course
they are.
Right.
And then they got a cupcake before Alabama. So 5 games left, 2 very winnable games. I have not seen what the spread is on the Arkansas game. Right now, Auburn's they're an underdog, 2.5 points. They should be favored at home against Kentucky. They'll be a dog at Vandy. They'll be favored when they play Mercer, obviously, and they'll be a dog playing the Crimson Tide.
Okay,
so they'll be a dog in 3 of the 5 games.
Okay, so are they 3-4 then?
3-4 right now.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if they're 6-5 playing the Iron Bowl, is it still he has to win it or he's gone? Are you going to fire him if they go 6-6? Having lost at home to Georgia and Alabama?
No, but he's on a really hot seat, and he better go out and find a quarterback in the portal.
Okay. Now, if he's 5-6,
then he's got to win the Iron Bowl.
So in other words, if he doesn't go to a bowl, he gone.
I think that's the minimum bar to keep him at Auburn. But that fan base is far more nuts.
Yeah.
About their football team, and they have much higher expectations of what they think Auburn should do year in and year out.
I mean, they're really close though. But okay, Shane Beamer.
Sorry, I just wanted to finish that.
Shane Beamer. If Florida didn't have the toughest schedule in the country before the season started on paper, you know who did? South Carolina. I mean, come on. As a fan base, don't you have to know that?
By the way, they're 3-4.
Right.
And do you know who they have left on their schedule?
Oh, yeah. Remember, this is the 5-game stretch where the worst team, when the stretch began on the schedule, was ranked 11th in the country.
Bama, at Ole Miss, at A&M, and then Coastal Carolina and Clemson to finish the season.
Right. But they're 2/5 of the way through their 5-game juggernaut.
They lost to Vandy badly. Their quarterback got hurt in that game.
Right.
They lost to Missouri in a fairly tight game. Then they lost to LSU on the road and lost to Oklahoma.
Right. But isn't this where, I'm sorry, don't you have to, you're South Carolina. No, come on now. You're South Carolina. You have one conference championship. It was in the 60s when you were in the ACC. Come on now. Come on. This is his 5th year. In his 4 previous years, he had a winning record. You nearly made the playoff last year. Come on now.
And you got way overranked this year. That's what really happened. You had a good to very good quarterback and not much else.
He's 48 years old. No. You really think you're going to do better than Shane Beamer? Steve Spurrier is not walking through that door. Lou Holtz is not walking through that door. Come on now.
And by the way, if you get rid of Beamer, you're not getting a Power 4 coach. You're going after the guy from Tulane, the guy from Memphis. That's where you can get a coach. And you might not get all of them. Give a South Carolina fan and an Arkansas fan real truth serum, South Carolina would beg to go back to the ACC, and Arkansas would run to the Big 12. They can't because money won't allow it.
He won. There are multiple Coach of the Years that were given out in the SEC. He won the SEC Coach of the Year award last year. He has a winning record in his 5 years at South Carolina. What are we doing? I feel like Taylor Twellman there 7 years ago on that soccer broadcast when we lost and didn't qualify for the World Cup. And he just looked into the camera and said, "What are we doing?" That's what I would be doing in Columbia, South Carolina. What are we doing? Fan bases in this day and age, man. Who was it who said Josh Pate last week? I forget how he phrased it, but essentially, you got to be able to handle an off year, a bad year.
And I think something we've always talked about is you have to be realistic of who you are. And yeah, this season did not go the way you wanted it to. And the other hard part of this is Vanderbilt's in the top 10.
I get it.
Indiana's in the top 10. I'm just saying, that's the hard part for all of these other teams.
Yeah, but
you want to be one of those teams.
Well, you were one of those teams just last year. Take a breath. Relax.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeister's backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well,
I made it back.
hot damn.
Yeah, just beat the traffic.
That away.
Yeah.
That away.
The what?
I said that away, beating the
Yeah.
traffic. Got to
Let's
catch
go.
those green lights on the way home. That's all, I mean, there's an art form to that.
Exactly, man. Just open it up,
Yep.
Let that thing run.
Nothing like those drop off and pickup lines.
Man, I'm telling you.
We switched schools for my daughter, and the pickup line was its own mess at the public school. Now she goes to the Catholic school, and that's just a free-for-all.
Oh,
They've got lines where they want you, and then they've got parking lots. And I figured out if I park in the parking lot, I can just walk up, grab her like everybody else, and beat people out by like 5-10 minutes. And I'm too impatient to sit in the lines. And my wife's like, "You're one of those that does that?" I'm like, every time I pick her up.
yeah, exactly. I usually do. I usually walk in, but he's 6, so it's like
Been a hell of a week in college football.
man, it's been wild,
Well, it's funny. We yesterday we started getting texts from our old producer who just couldn't believe that Freeman turned down Florida. And David and I have been on the air for a week and a half going, "You never leave Notre Dame for that job. No way."
I think he should take it.
You think Freeman should take the Florida job?
Oh no, sorry. No, I don't. I thought you meant Lane.
Oh, I don't know if I don't think that he will. I don't know whether or not he should. I've predicted for a year and a half that he won't.
Okay.
And I've got no sources that tell you. You've got sources. I don't.
My thing is like,
Now remember, we're going to ask you this on the air.
Yep.
Also.
Making any money on the midweek games, bud?
Not this week. I didn't really do anything with it. But I do like to play those for sure. Normally.
Ahead of time or more live?
Sometimes ahead of time if I feel like I got an angle, if we think somebody's out, but live's always good too, for sure.
The question is asked, is that a Madison social cap?
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
What is Madison Social?
It's like a really popular like sports bar in Tally.
Gotcha.
And they have a couple of other properties throughout the state.
Adam wants to know, have you contributed to the Norvell buyout?
No, no, I could probably
But it's like, no, if I do that, I'll have to worry about my own buyout. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was going to see your boss would be like, "I'm sorry, what did we do? What?"
I do think he's done, but or I think he's done at least. But they got to figure out why. Get all the money together. All right. Good games this weekend, though.
Every damn weekend these days. This is so good.
Thank God that we actually have it spread out. It's not like everybody playing at night this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like that definitely helps a lot. All right. Good there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Bud Elliott, kind enough to join us once again. He of 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3 Podcast, Nolecast. Follow him on X. Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud Elliott 3. Bud, as always, thanks for making time for us. All right, we got a lot of ground to cover just until we go forward. Norvell staying through the end of the year.
That's not exactly how I read that statement. I read that statement as, hey, we're not firing him today. Stop asking us every day. I don't think that statement guarantees that he's the coach through Thanksgiving.
So you read that statement, didn't think he's coaching against the Gators?
I did not think that statement guarantees that he coaches against Florida. Right.
All right. How much trouble is the AD in there? Do you think this is the AD overruling the money, or do you think it's that they don't have the money?
I think it's, hey, let's make sure our ducks are in a row before we make a move, and let's figure out who we're moving on. Ultimately, I do think that they can afford to fire him, right? What is the best way to go about doing that? Is it asking different boosters who were going to pledge money to other projects? Is it, maybe some kind of business partnership? There's a lot of different ways that like schools raise money now. You're seeing some schools do some interesting like ownership of athletic departments, like to their biggest donors and boosters. How you roll it out, and also like, what are you going to offer the new coach? Okay, if the guy you're asking to buy Norvell out is also the dude who also bankrolls a large portion of the NIL, then that's potentially an issue, right? Like, is he going to want to continue to give that? Like, you need to make sure that your package for the new coach is also really attractive, which I think it will be. This is a pretty good job, man. They just got the football facility done. They moved in yesterday. They have the stadium done, all that kind of stuff. You're in Florida. You got to do a really bad job like Norvell currently is to screw it up this poorly.
Okay. No one thought outside of, Nick Saban and Jimmy Sexton that Billy Napier should have continued as Florida coach. If Florida State moves on from Mike Norvell, is that fair? If you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah. He earned this.
Yes, look, in any other era, going 2-10 is completely fireable in Tallahassee last year, right? I do think that.
What if he pulls a Napier? What if he finishes strong, beats the Gators, and they end up 7-5?
Beats a Clemson team with their backup quarterback if Klubnik doesn't come back in time and beats a head coachless Florida team? I don't think that is going to make anybody okay. Like okay. You lost to Stanford. You lost at home to Pitt. Like UVA is like not good, but decent and very lucky so far this year. You were down by like 24 to Miami. So, I don't think anybody's going to be renewing their season tickets next year based on him going 7-5 as opposed to like 5-7.
All right. They ripped the Band-Aid off in Gainesville. Napier's gone. Apparently Marcus Freeman already said no, which wasn't a surprise to David and I. But Lane's their target. I mean, it's not just what they talk about with the media. We ran a poll. I don't know if you've ran any polls on your podcast, but that's who the fan base wants. Are they going to get him?
I think they might. I mean, if you're Lane, man, you called an awesome game last weekend in Athens. That's a down Georgia team. They don't have difference makers in the D-line, and they still just completely shut down your offense in the fourth quarter. If not, do you really think you can win the biggest prize at Ole Miss with the way Ole Miss recruits high school? Because I don't. Transfer, they do a great job. I don't think you can get enough high school talent to Ole Miss to win the title based on all the data we've seen so far. Now, look, maybe in 5 years that changes. Maybe Lane believes that can change. But ultimately, if that's your driving factor, then yeah, I think you take Florida. If you're happy contending for playoff spots, maybe winning a game in the playoff if you get lucky, okay, then stay at Ole Miss because you got a pretty good thing going there. They love you. You've elevated the program. You're not Hugh Freeze. You have a really good collective. I think you have a really nice front office there. You do a good job, but it just kind of depends on what motivates you. Because Florida could be a much worse job than Ole Miss, but also I do think the ceiling for the Gators is way higher than Ole Miss. You can just get better. You can get better players to Florida.
Is Florida still a top 10 job nationally? Because the situation keeps changing. Like when Urban chose Florida over Notre Dame 20 years ago, that made total sense. Notre Dame folks couldn't handle it, but on the landscape at the time, that made total sense. To leave Notre Dame for Florida now, Gator fan can't understand it, but it would be asinine for Marcus Freeman to leave Notre Dame for Florida today. Today, with everything that's involved, the Florida job, is it still a top 10 job?
So, all right, 3 jobs you would take over it for sure are what? Ohio State, Bama, Georgia?
Notre Dame.
I don't know.
Bud, every change that's been made to the sport in the last 3 years benefits Notre Dame.
Except one. They still really have a hard time getting in transfers who are not grad transfers or who are not really, really young. Notre Dame cannot go out and shop and get that stud junior or that stud senior for the most part because the credits don't transfer. They have to have them be a graduate, and that is a hindrance at times.
Okay,
and Notre Dame also, like, you still have to go to class. Most of these schools, the kids never step in class; they just go online class. You can kind of read between the lines there as far as who actually has to do the schoolwork for them, right? Like, Notre Dame still makes you go to class. Like, you actually have to be an actual student. So.
Very quickly, better chance to win a national championship, Notre Dame or Florida?
Florida.
Wow. I'd say Notre Dame.
Okay.
But you know more than I do.
No, but I don't think it's like by some large margin. You just said real quick, so I had to be right. Call.
All right. We were just talking Auburn. What's Hugh Freeze got to do to keep the job, or are they going to run him out of town?
I think they're going to run him. I just think that they don't want DJ Jerkin to go on some kind of run. Also, maybe they could get some kind of negotiated buyout there. It's obvious he's not well health-wise and is probably going to need to take some time as he heals. And if he wants to coach again, I think maybe better on the resume to step away, mutual type thing, as opposed to getting fired. But he could get a Memphis job or an Arkansas State or something like that, right? If he wanted to.
Are they really going to run Shane Beamer out of Columbia, South Carolina? What is going? And for that matter,
no, I think Shane Beamer might run out.
Oh,
they just gave Beamer a big extension in the offseason for no reason. Like they can't run him out. Like, my thing is, do you want to restart your clock and get a new long-term deal with the Hokies at a place that has more realistic expectations? Because, again, South Carolina, this is probably the close of your window because you have Lenoris, right? And it's not going real well because you didn't hit in the portal this year like you've hit in the last 2 years. It's just not sustained. I think it's really hard to hit at a crazy high rate year after year in the portal. You are going to be subject to extreme variance if you have a brand new roster every year. So, but the thing is, you don't really need to reset your clock because South Carolina owes you so much money. It's just more like, what's your quality of life there? Because obviously Gamecock fans, they think that they can contend for the SEC despite all the evidence to the contrary.
LSU can contend for the SEC.
Yes.
And they're not. And it's a big buyout. I don't know if that could happen, but if there's a place where a divorce is needed, where they need to figure out mutually how he doesn't like them, they don't like him, can't we just end this?
I think they might. I mean, you have some poor games so far this year. The two teams who have not scored more than 24 points against a Power 5 team so far this year in the Power 5 are North Carolina and your LSU Tigers. That's not a great stat. Now, look, they might let him do the fire the coordinator thing on offense like they let him do on defense because he did make a good hire on defense, and they do look really good on defense. But, man, if you lose to A&M and Alabama, two teams who hired coaches after you did, I think you're going to say, what are we doing here, man? Did we just waste 2 years of Jaden Daniels and 2 years of Garrett Nussmeier? And I know Nussmeier's hurt this year, clearly. He's not playing quite as well. But like that's a big contract. That's like really big. It's hard to do.
How much longer can they keep playing Arch in Texas? They almost lost to Kentucky.
I know. I really think, I know this is a crazy opinion. I don't think he's like their top problem on offense. I think the offensive line is really bad. Like they're bottom 2 or 3 in the SEC bad. Like he's getting pressured like nonstop. I think it's in some ways hurting him. He's almost like he's seeing ghosts.
So then is this a Sark problem?
Yeah. I think Sark, this is so weird because I thought Kyle Flood did a good job in prior years with that offensive line. They've sent guys to the draft. I mean, obviously they've played well enough to make the Final Four, twice now. But man, it's just falling apart this year. So you might have to make a change there on the offensive line.
What's the best SEC game this week? Ole Miss, Oklahoma, A&M, LSU, or Missouri and Vandy?
Woo. It's probably Ole Miss, Oklahoma. But man, like Missouri Vandy is like Vandy could make a run to the playoff, guys. This is a cool story. Like there are so many more teams out there who are bought in now than there used to be, right? I mean, used to be back like BCS I was fine with, but mostly I guess. But like 14, man, we had so many teams who were being told by by ESPN commercials, are you in? With the implicit message, no, you're out. And it's not even Halloween yet, right? Good, nice season. Your year's over. Now, like we have like 25, maybe 28 fan bases who legitimately still think they got a prayer, which is kind of cool. It's like the upper half of the Power Four. That's fun.
South Florida at Memphis. The winner likely going to find a spot in the conference championship game, and we all know then that you're a game away from making the playoff. Goalish and the Bulls are a 4.5 point favorite. Is that all because Memphis was looking ahead and lost to UAB?
I think it's because Memphis' quarterback was on crutches. So, and he's a pretty damn good player. So I don't know if he's going to play. I think Memphis is kind of a schedule recipient this year. Like they're a good team, clearly, and they have really good NIL. But what I'm saying is, I think they were the favorite for the American coming into last week because of who they played and where they played them. Now that their quarterback is probably out, that makes sense that USF would be favored over them, obviously, because the backup is not as good as the starter.
BYU still undefeated. Are they still the favorite to win the Big 12? I say it's Texas Tech. Who do you say it is, bud?
Yeah, I think they're underdogs in probably 3 of their remaining 5 games. So I do not see them as being the favorite for the Big 12. I'm reminded constantly by BYU fans about how wrong I am about them, though. So maybe they are just amazing, and I'm just very wrong. But there's a reason why on some websites Cincinnati's actually favored for the league over them, and BYU's still 4th despite being undefeated right now. Like they've had a very friendly schedule, but that was a good win over Utah. Like that's That's like the first one where you kind of perk up and be like, okay, look at you, BYU. Nicely done. The rest of the schedule I thought was garbage.
How fascinating is the ACC in that Georgia Tech, Virginia are undefeated and they don't play one another? SMU is undefeated. All right. I mean, if you look at the official ACC standings right now, Miami, who is 9th in the country, I think is 9th in the ACC.
Yeah. The ACC has 7 teams at 7-1 or better odds, I think, right? Is that right? Yeah. That's wild. Or no, sorry, 5 teams at 7-1 or better. The Big Ten has 2. The SEC has 3. Like the ACC is kind of wide open right now, just because of what you said. Like if you expand your conference this big, you're going to have some scenarios where people just don't play each other. And do I think Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech are any good? They're like decent college football teams. I don't think they're anything special. Miami stubbed their toe obviously against Louisville. I think Miami should still be the favorite because I don't really trust the Hokies and the Cavs to actually like hold serve and take care of business. But that's a little scary for them. Although, if you're Jim Phillips, you love it because I think Miami's chance to get in as an at-large if they run the table and finish 11-1 out of the conference championship is an excellent chance.
Yep.
I think if Miami wins the conference, I do think that the league's going to get shut out as far as the at-large stuff.
I think it depends if Georgia Tech beats Georgia.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Do you
Well,
think
yeah, if they beat
Tech's
Georgia,
gonna be
that's a very different conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. But Elliott, 24/7 Sports, and 75 other places he works. It's one of the best podcasts out there, Cover 3 podcast. And Bud beat traffic, made all the green lights
I did
to appear today on Miller and Moulton. Great driving, Bud. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. See you guys.
I think he ran a few of the orange ones too.
Well, you got to do those things from time to time, David. You got to make time.
He's loyal. What can I say? All right, I think we're going to have to pay the ticket, though. I think that's Bud's renegotiated his deal. If I get a ticket one of these mornings making your damn show, you're paying for it.
Exactly.
But
I'll see you guys
here on Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins. It's just one upbeat conversation after another.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
It's the event everyone will be talking about when college basketball's biggest names take the court in Fort Myers. The Michigan State Spartans and the North Carolina Tar Heels headline the 2025 Skechers Fort Myers Tip-Off. Witness the excitement live and in person this Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena. The stage is set. Will you be there? Lock in your spot now at FortMyersTipoff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipoff.com/go. See you Thanksgiving week at Suncoast Arena.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit JimmyTheBeefGuy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Chris.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing well. Yourself?
I'm all right. Still got a head coach there, so that's an issue. But, hey. But other than that, we're good.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it.
The only thing we're missing is your owner to do a Woody Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Wow. What about that? I mean, wow, you torched your quarterback.
Quote, if we could just complete a pass. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, and then, talking about the passer rating, I mean, that is just like you have just wasted what was it, $40 million with $30 million guaranteed?
$30 million guaranteed, and 10 of it's next year. I mean,
wow. Like, Yeah, how quickly can you throw millions of dollars out the window? I mean, my goodness.
I have one very wealthy friend, and he works out at the same gym as Woody.
Oh, wow.
They've become friendly with one another.
Wow.
I'm desperate to have him just say, "The hell were you thinking?"
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is just. I mean, imagine how pissed off you have to be to go public with that.
Right.
I mean, and that really kind of doesn't that reflect on your GM? And I mean, geez. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just terrible. I mean, just wow. Yeah. Unreal. What a league, huh?
It's something.
What a league.
Man.
Dolphins Saints could be a big one, Chris.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. That's right. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there like the Mendoza kid from Indiana going, oh no. Yeah, which team's going to ruin my first 4 years?
Right.
Yeah, man. And I mean, and then they're bad weekend for quarterbacks down here, right? Between Carson Beck and Tua. Ugh. Yikes.
Yeah, to think Tua threw 3 picks and it was the low number.
Right. That's right.
All right. This is off air, obviously, although there are, a couple hundred people listening.
Yeah.
We have not discussed this on the show this week. So Beck was asked what happened on the 4th interception, and he said basically the receiver ran the wrong route.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm curious, he told the truth. Does he have to lie in that situation? Because people came down hard on him. He threw his teammate under the bus and what have you. But as the quarterback, I mean, do you have to fudge it and say, well, there was some miscommunication there? I mean, what do you do? He told the truth. Okay, but he's now being seen. Now, all the stuff that was at Georgia is now following him to Miami because of that one answer.
Here's the thing, though. Somebody showed me a video. Mario Cristobal said the exact same thing. And it's not getting attention, but the video is out there. He said the same thing. So what I'm thinking is the guy, I think it was a tight end, whoever the kid was, they must have drilled all week and pregame. If it's a blitz, you run this route, and then the kid screwed it up. That's what I'm thinking, because Mario, I can send you guys the video. Mario said the exact same thing.
But Beck's getting crushed.
Right. But they both said it. So I'm thinking that It must be on the kid. It must be on the kid who ran the route. But yeah, Mario is getting I've got the video.
Right.
It's, yeah. But yeah, Carson, I guess he was just taking the lead from Mario, but he's getting all the blowback. Yeah. Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on a hump day edition of Miller and Moulton. And that means Chris Perkins, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Is that
Where's
like
the road work being done? At
Yeah.
Chris's house or at your house?
It's not. It's not here.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, we got some repairs going on in the
I was going to
condo.
say there sounds like there's a jackhammer nearby.
That's pretty much what it is. They're taking stucco off the building. This is the 60-year inspection, and our building failed miserably, so there's major renovations going on. They just started like 10 seconds earlier. So,
well, I'll tell you what, there's not major renovations going on yet with the Miami Dolphins. I mean, that was a great lead-in for me, Chris, because we fully expected when we talked to you this week, particularly after getting destroyed all over the field by the Cleveland Browns, that would be the end for McDaniel. He's still the coach.
It's a miracle, isn't it? I don't know what Stephen Ross is waiting on here. I know that he said he wanted to be patient. I know that he likes the unity in the building that's been ushered in by Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel, that there's not a lot of sniping like there was in previous administrations where you had Jeff Ireland and Mike Tannenbaum and Dennis Hickey and Don Aponte, and he had like 4 voices in his ear. Now it's one voice from Chris Greer. The building is unified. However, your team is terrible. And so that's really what matters, right? Your team is awful. And we keep seeing just signs that this thing is falling apart. What about the backup quarterback situation last week where for some reason you think that Quinn Ewers, the 7th round pick, gives you a better chance to win specifically against Cleveland, and now it's a backup quarterback competition this week? What about all the penalties that we saw last week? And Tua saying that there's organizational issues with getting the play in and personnel groupings, and it's just indication after indication that this thing has run its course. I don't know why Mike McDaniel still has this job, but it just makes Stephen Ross kind of look like a buffoon, really.
Okay, you go into the locker room, you talk to these guys. From afar, what Miller and Moulton were waiting for last week was one player to publicly support Tua. We didn't see or hear it. And with the way his teammates played for him on Sunday, has Tua lost the room the way we think McDaniel has lost the room, whether he has or not?
I don't know. I think we're moving in that direction. I think we're moving in that direction with everybody in this organization, from Chris Greer to Mike McDaniel to Tua, because of the results. And you know, again, I don't think that the players have quit, and I don't think the players will quit. I think they do respect and like Mike McDaniel. I think they do respect and like Tua. But eventually you stop listening. Eventually you look and you say, this guy is full of BS. And that's the direction that I think we're headed. Because nothing that they say or do is working effectively, right? So whether you're talking about strategy or whether you're talking about actual on-field actions with the interceptions and the fumbles from Tua, you know, the personnel decisions from Mike McDaniel, again, the backup quarterback thing, it's just puzzling. And then this week, you know, Tua probably won't have Darren Waller. He's got a pectoral injury, so that takes away another resource when you go to Atlanta and you're talking about trying to match the firepower of Bijan Robinson, the running back, and Drake London, the receiver. You would think the Dolphins would have to score 3 touchdowns, and without Waller, good luck doing that. So, yeah, I think faith is eroding, both in practice and in word.
Well, you know, one of the things, and I thought there were a couple of guys that are tradable. I do. But one of the things that was explained to me, we have Pat Kerwin on the show twice a week. He's an ex-player personnel guy. And he says, I've been in situations when you know guys are getting fired in the front office and the owner says, no more trades. The new regime is going to determine where we go forward, and they can trade guys before the draft. Do you think we've gotten to that point with the Dolphins, or do you think if the phone rings, Greer is still going to be able to make moves?
Well, I think we've probably gotten to that point with the Dolphins where it's no major personnel moves. I'll say this also, they don't have a whole lot of options when it comes to tradable players. I think Bradley Chubb might be on that list. But if you look at Jalen Phillips, you know, here's a guy who is coming off back-to-back season-ending injuries. He's never been a Pro Bowl player, never had a double-digit sack season, and he needs a contract. He's playing on his 5th-year option. They're not going to trade Achane. They're not going to trade Waddle. They're not going to trade Patrick Paul. They're not going to trade Austin Jackson. There's no market for him, right? He's injured. They're not going to trade Minka. They're not going to trade Kader Kohu. I'm not sure how many tradable players they have. So, you know, I've seen people online saying the fire sale, just, you know, sell off all the assets. And it's like, you're not going to get much. You're going to be getting 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks. And by the way, with Jalen Phillips, you might be better off keeping them the whole season and seeing what you get as a compensatory pick, which could be a 3rd or 4th rounder. If I'm trading for Jalen Phillips, again, a guy coming off 2 seasons of season-ending knee injuries, and he needs a contract, I'm not giving the Dolphins any more than a 5th round pick.
But you do unload payroll. Okay, you do unload half a season's worth of, I mean, we're talking millions of dollars here. And if you're Stephen Ross, you're already going to lose millions of dollars the rest of the year for all the fans that are not going to show up to games and spend money. Yes, they paid for the tickets, but they're not going to show and then spend any money, and you make all of that. So, I mean, we are talking about, they could get rid of these parts and get a bunch of fifth and sixth, but he could probably save $15 to $20 million if he unloads 5 of them.
Well, I mean that money is pretty much already committed, for this season. So, I don't know how much you're going to shave off of future contracts. Maybe Chubb would be significant, but again, Jalen Phillips. Look, if he gives you a hometown discount, you take him back. But with the other guys, I just don't know how many tradable assets you have on this team, considering you're not trading Achane or Waddle or Patrick Paul. Who are you talking about? Jordan Brooks and Terrell Dodson and Cater Kohu, who you probably need. So I see your point, David. I see your point. But I'm just not sure that it's enough to make that big of a difference.
All right, let's talk about the quarterback, because I read a post on X by somebody that I think knows what they're talking about that said, all of you out there that say bench Tua, you don't know ball and don't ever tell anybody you know ball. Well, I'm getting close to being guilty, because after what he said and the fact that nobody backed him, I don't know how much I need to see out of Tua the rest of the year. I mean, if ever. I'm ready to rip the Band-Aid off the way Denver did with Russell Wilson and be done with Tua. How out of line am I for that thinking?
Here's the deal to me. Once you bench Tua, you've given up on the season, and that's when you might lose the locker room as far as good effort from players, because they would say, well, we're not trying to win. What I would like to know, though, if I'm the Dolphins, is do you have a bridge quarterback on your roster in Quinn Ewers or Zach Wilson? The guy that can get you to where you need to be until you find your next franchise quarterback. Do you have the next Brock Purdy in Quinn Ewers? Do you have the next first-round reclamation project in the same mold as Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, and Baker Mayfield when you look at Zach Wilson? That's what I would want to know if I'm the Dolphins, is what do you have in these two backup quarterbacks on your roster? But, when you do that, is it at 1-7? Is it at 2-8? I don't know. But to me, at some point, you do need to explore what you have on the roster in those two backup quarterbacks, because you could have your bridge quarterback again until you find your next franchise guy.
Does Stephen Ross understand that by not blowing up the organization after that performance on Sunday, and with the season being what it is, that he is losing so much credibility with his fan base, and those are the paying customers? Okay, that if I'm a Dolphin season ticket holder, yeah, I want him fired, because it at least shows me, A, you care, and B, you know what the hell you're doing as an owner. By not firing them, it's like, why am I going to spend my money with you in the future? You're an idiot.
I agree 100%. And again, I apologize for this noise behind me. I think the big thing with Steve Ross is you make a change, yes, to show the fans that you give a damn, to show the fans that you listen, to show the fans, the players, and everybody else in the organization that you're not going to tolerate mediocre BS, that this is where we draw the line in the sand, that this team, this fan base, this organization needs to hear a different voice, that the McDaniel era has run its course. And as a matter of fact, for my column tomorrow, I'm already tinkering with the idea. I started this last night, and I'm playing with it this morning. Have the new rebuild start in the trenches, because that's where your draft capital has gone the last couple of years, right? When you look at last year, Chop Robinson and Patrick Paul are your first 2 rounds of the draft. This year, Kenneth Grant and Jonas Naya are your first 2 rounds of the draft. You drafted Jordan Phillips, the defensive tackle, in the 5th round. You're bringing back Austin Jackson and James Daniels and Aaron Brewer. You've got some stuff there in the trenches. Now, look, Sabah Inaya might end up being your fifth starter. He might end up being the worst starter on your offensive line in 2 or 3 years. But so what? You've got to start in the trenches. You have devoted draft capital in the trenches. Show the fans that, okay, this is our path to recovery, that we're going to do something we haven't done before. We're going to start in the trenches. And this is our rebuild plan. Perhaps that earns you a modicum of respect and faith back. But I'll tell you this also, I have a friend who's a season ticket holder. He said last year in 2024, his season tickets were $275 a piece. 2025, they went up to $500 a piece. And he said season ticket renewal campaign starts in about a month. So I would like to see what Steve Ross does to prepare to get faith back from those season ticket holders.
He's Chris Perkins, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Do want to point out, Kenneth Grant, first-round pick, taken one spot ahead of Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Boy, is that aging well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Chris, be well.
All right, guys, see you.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Besides the sales experience at the Diamond District, we offer a litany of other services. Appraisals.
We have 2 GIA certified gemologists, full-time, servicing your needs with appraisals.
We buy gold, diamonds, gemstones, Rolex watches. Repairs.
We have 3 full-time master bench jewelers.
A beautiful custom design department so that we can give you one-of-a-kind jewelry. Come see Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, you and I looked at one another for a second when we're like, where's that noise coming from?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Buck, I'll say this. I thought Clemson was going to be terrific this year. I got that all wrong. Okay.
Yep, me too.
I mean, we all said with all the young quarterbacks, though, we were trying to pump the brakes. The one guy that I thought, though, because I thought he had played enough and we had seen enough, was Lagway. And that the only question was his health. But their Arch was, one of 8 quarterbacks who, basically was being given the reins, and he'd hardly played. We didn't jump on any of those guys. But we were both all over Clemson. You mean McDaniel, right? Not Josh McDaniels. You mean Mike McDaniel, right, Adam? Right. That's who I threw out there.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Man, this show just flew today. Absolutely flew. It's the one day where there's nothing we can't talk about. In fact, you can save stuff from a day or two previous. It could even have happened over the weekend that we haven't necessarily talked about. Or you could start looking ahead to next week, but also some stuff like, we brought up the kid who went from high school to the G League, and now he's going to go back and play 2 years of college basketball. What? It's the one great thing about a Wednesday, a hump day. Because, there's sports going on, but just about every other day of the week, there's more sports going on. So we talk about everything, and man, today's show just flew.
And, it was great on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Someone texted in when we talked about the G thing, and they know I'm a Michigan State guy. They said, you see what your boy Izzo had to say about it. And you could imagine how excited Tom Izzo is about the guy going from the G League and coming back. I mean, Izzo, to me, it's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. And I love my job. I don't respect my profession. Whoever made those decisions because they're afraid that a lawyer is going to sue them, sooner or later, you've got to fight the fight. Maybe I'm the dummy, but I'll never agree to that stuff. Don't you go changing, Coach. Don't you go changing. You might be the only one left, brother, but you're still fighting the fight.
Who else in sports can compare to him on the curmudgeon scale right now?
Oh, gosh. That's a great question. I don't know. We got another great question, by the way, on the text line, on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. That may be tomorrow's poll question.
Okay.
Which NFL franchise is at its lowest point? Raiders, Jets, Dolphins, Browns.
Well, obviously not Browns.
Right, but and maybe not the Jets, but the Dolphins and the Raiders are two proud franchises.
Now, the Dolphins were winless into December back in 2007. The year after Nick Saban, the Cam Cameron has
Butterflies.
Butterflies. That was Mark's nickname for him. He hadn't even coached a game yet. We went down, we did media stuff, and when he interviewed him, and they just looked, and we're driving back, and Mark goes, "This is not going to go well." I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You got to trust me on this one. This is not going to go well."
And every time they'd show him, on the sidelines, he looked as if he was just kind of looking up and
at butterflies. And so Mark in the preseason called them butterflies.
So I got you, but man, oh man, the Dolphins are now a laughing stock, and they're imploding from within. That's why the 1-15 was bad, David. It was horrible, but they were not imploding from within the way they are now. Even the Jets, I don't ever recall an owner going that scorched earth on his team, and that includes Jera.
Whew. Which team is at their absolute lowest? I could argue the 1-15 season under Rich Kotite is worse than this for the Jets, but that led to Parcells quickly. Yeah, Mark, you make a good point in that the Dolphins they're at the end with their GM and their coach. The Jets are at the beginning, if you know what I mean, with these two guys, hoping that they'll grow together. And since the head coach in particular came from Detroit, it is important to remember Dan Campbell for a year and a half, that was not good on the field. I mean, they were 3 and something, and then he was 1-6, 7 games into year 2.
And everybody's making fun of the biting kneecaps. And I mean, he's the butt of jokes, not just nationally, but certainly in Detroit. And it changed.
Right.
And that's what a Jets fan's hoping. And that's what, Woody Johnson could have said it a hell of a lot better than he did. But he was trying to imply that the coach he believes is doing the right thing. He needed to stop before he threw his quarterback under the bus, and then he drove back and forth over him a few times.
Well, he's the one paying for either the driver or the bus, so I think he figures it's okay.
But, I mean, even the Raiders, Pete Carroll admitted it. I thought we were going to be better. I thought we were going to be winning some games. And they're coming off one of the worst offensive performances in modern NFL history last week.
They did not gain 100 yards. Andy Reid went into victory formation before the 2-minute drill. That's how sorry he felt for Pete Carroll. And the Raiders! He's the coach of the Chiefs. They all hate the Raiders. Wow, that's a great question. Jets,
it really
Dolphins,
is.
Raiders.
And the Browns have had so much awful play over the last generation that you can pick your points, but
also the obvious. I mean, they lost their franchise for 3 years. So this isn't rock bottom. It's awful. It sucks, but this is not rock bottom.
Nope, you're right.
It's not close. But boy, with the other 3, it's in the area code. For all of them, it's in the area code, at the very least. If not, rock bottom.
So, I thought it was a good, intriguing question on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. 21,000 for those of you that don't know, keywords Miller. 21,000, you need to text Miller. Then after that, you can text whatever it is you want to send. I read them all, respond to many.
Our poll question today is simply, did you watch the NBA on NBC last night?
We're below the 30% line.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said if it got a third, I thought that did well. I know the markets that we're in. They are not big NBA markets.
No, they're not. But, it was
if we were in Miami or Orlando, it would be very different. Those are both. Miami's a great NBA market. Orlando, they love their team there. They do. They hadn't had much to root for in a while. But now, after last year, and they've got a young star in Banchero, he's really good. Really good. I'm going to tune them in tonight for a little bit.
I have more interest in the Magic and the Heat than I do in the Knicks and the Cavs, and I'm a Knicks fan. And it's unfortunate for the Knicks, and I feel it's probably this way with the Cavs too. Both their fan bases are kind of like, yeah, this is cute. Can we get to the spring? Because none of this means anything.
Not a damn thing.
Right.
I mean, that we've already anointed both of those teams 1 and 2 in the East. The question is, can a team like Orlando or Detroit maybe sneak in? But Orlando, I think, has got a real shot to fight one of those two teams for a top 2 seed. Because I don't know how much, I think you're right. I don't know how much the Knicks care about the regular season.
Well, and even last year, the Knicks were below 500 at Madison Square Garden, 6-3 on the road in the playoffs. Okay. How much does home court field? We talk about it all the time. If we were running an organization and it came down to playing hard to secure a certain seeding, unless literally the opponents matched up where it's like, I really do think we're better as the 2 than the 3. Not in terms of home court, though. It's been proven.
David, I would sit there and laugh at you, Seth, because the only reason it would matter to me is we're going to get a couple more gates. Because the only thing about the home court ice field that matters is the money you get for hosting the games. The rest of it doesn't matter. It's been proven. We've never had less home field, court, whatever advantage than we have now. David and I have said it for quite a few years. There's one sport where we believe it still holds true: college hoop. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. That's all next. Thanks for listening. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most: your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments: the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Big OC. Appreciate you.
Thanks, OC.
No, but I guess, Puck, I just want people to understand. People implying that we're an ESPN. We're on an ESPN affiliate in Southwest Florida. I don't know how much more clear I could be. We own the show. There are two people responsible for everything about this show, from the content to the guests to the advertisers to the production to the podcast. It's David and I. That's it. No one tells us what to say or when to say it. Ever.
Hell,
Ever.
certainly with the what to say, we sometimes we can't get the other to say something.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour on this hump day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So if today's a hump day, that means tomorrow's Thursday. That means Roy Cummings. That means JP Shadrick. We'll see if we book anybody else, but that's at the bare minimum. Talking Bucks and Jags tomorrow. So my mom's train pulled into the station about 20 minutes ago. She did it again. 18 plus hours from Newark to Jacksonville. It's like 17 or 18 stops along the way. She gets the sleep cabin. She got dinner. Okay. She's telling me how great the salmon was. All right. It won't fly anymore.
You know, my buddy just came down to see me, and he's made a bunch of road trips. I'm going to have to suggest it to him because he drives everywhere, and he's made a couple of long trips. Jump on the train.
Jump on the train.
I don't know if he can from where he lives.
Yep.
But
so
I was lucky enough to do classes in Europe when I was in college. So I did a little bit of train
from
over there.
Country. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we actually went from England to Scotland, and we were going to take the train, rented cars, but did some train in Switzerland and a few other places. And that's a totally different experience. I think the only train I did here was from Baltimore to DC when our family spent, and it was, a 30-minute train ride, but I wasn't going to rent a car to go to downtown DC when we didn't need a car there. So, yeah, I'm not against the train. Our old producer, John Cassio, when he lived in DC, would take the train to New York City a lot. He loved it.
Right. So, in fact, it goes New York/Newark to DC, and then I guess they get off and they get on another train. And then that's the one that comes into Jacksonville, and it goes all the way to Miami.
A lot of time. I'll take the bird.
I will as well.
The thing is the price difference is not that much. It's not like you're saving 50, 60%. Are you?
Oh, hell, it might cost more, actually. Never mind if you get a sleeper cabin. It definitely costs more. I mean, unless you're flying first class or you're...
Well, I mean, not all of us are getting upgraded like someone on this show.
If you had how many hundreds of thousands of miles I had, you'd be getting upgraded too.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
No. You took that the wrong way. You sit in rows 32 through 36 long enough. Eventually you get upgraded. That's what that means.
This segment brought to you today by First Class, where David likes to fly. 1879. That guy Edison was busy again. He perfected the light bulb today in 1879.
I'll tell you what, that Thomas Alva guy, he didn't take a day off.
1926. Boxer J. Gordon Whitehead sucker punched Harry Houdini. That punch caused appendicitis that would take Houdini's life 9 days later. Today in 34, bank robber Pretty Boy Floyd shot and killed by the FBI in East Liverpool, Ohio. My uncle was from East Liverpool, Ohio. 1939, NBC, the first network to televise a pro football game. The Brooklyn Dodgers beat the Philadelphia Eagles 23-14. Today in 62, JFK made a live television address about Soviet missile bases in Cuba and imposes a naval blockade on Cuba, beginning this thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis. Today in 65, Yesterday by the Beatles hits number 1. The Stones' Satisfaction was number 10. Today in 66, Bobby Orr, number 4, Bobby Orr, first career goal against Les Habitants. 72, the A's beat the Reds 3-2 to win in 7. The A's first championship since 1930. 1975, the Reds beat the Red Sox 4-3 at Fenway in Game 7 for the World Series. 76, it's really just for me and the Michigan people out there. Bob Seger releases Night Moves, first studio album to make an impact outside of the state of Michigan. Stabler retired today in 84. The band, not the basketball player, the band, Mookie Blaylock, made their premiere today in 1990. They would soon be known as Pearl Jam. One of the people in the audience to see their debut, Mariners pitcher Randy Johnson. 2012, it was today that Lance Armstrong was formally stripped of the 7 Tour de France titles that he won. And a year ago, LeBron and Bronny became the first father-son duo to appear in a game as the Lakers beat the T-Wolves. Hall of Famer Jimmy Fox, LSD advocate Timothy Leary, and Annette Funicello would have all celebrated birthdays today. Christopher Lloyd is 87. What does a yellow light mean? God, Taxi was a good show. Jeff Goldblum, 73. Figure skater Brian Bottano is 62. One of my favorite all-time goaltenders, Ron Tugnut, is 58. The most saves in a regular season non-loss game when he played for the Nordiques and they tied the Bruins 3-3. He stopped 70 of 73. Rapper Shaggy is 57. Ichiro, 52. Brad Stevens, 49. Heath Miller and Robinson Cano are each 43 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Nah, man, you hit them all. I had like 4 things written down. I just had to keep drawing lines through them. I'm like, oh, man, stole that one from me.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Fort Myers today for the good. Yeah, I know you wanted that Cuban Missile Crisis. There was never a doubt in my mind.
Also, Lance Armstrong.
All right. In Fort Myers, late last week, Fort Myers police responded to a fire and smoke filling the home. Officer Kirkland took his fire extinguisher out of his patrol car and put out the flames before the fire spread. No one was injured. The fire department and Red Cross soon arrived to help the family. For the bad, we go to California, where Highway Patrol warned Fresno travelers of, as they say, a very sticky situation because a truckload lost its blueberries on the roadway. Happened Monday evening, closing the southbound lanes of Highway 99. And finally, the ugly. We go to the Gainesville area, where a woman was walking her dog on a public path near the property of a 61-year-old man named Minor Catledge. Minor's a really fine-looking fellow, as you can see from his mugshot. He started threatening his neighbor with a knife. According to the victim, Minor said the public path was his property and threatened to eat her dog if she trespassed again. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, October the 22nd, here on Miller and Moulton, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great pay, great benefits, great opportunities for overtime. All information can be found where, David? Where, David?
Not see, I was doing it intentionally. Okay, you jumped it on me.
Well, I mean, I'm reading, I'm not looking.
CapeCops.com, Mark. CapeCops.com.
Didn't know we were going to play out the scene from Taxi in which you're just going to say slow down, and I'm going to repeat it more slowly over and over. A lot of hoop tonight, David. Lots of hoop for all the NBA fans out there.
12 games, the ESPN doubleheader. Cavs, Knicks at 7, Spurs, Mavs at 9:30. The debut of Inside the NBA on ESPN is at 6 o'clock tonight. An hour pregame. Kenny, Ernie, Shaq, Chuck, they're only doing like 4 of these before Christmas. I mean, it's not a big workload the first 2 months of the year, but they are doing opening night tonight. The Magic host the Heat at 7 o'clock. There's only 3 hockey games. One is nationally televised. The 7:30 TNT game is your Wings, winners of 5 straight in Buffalo to take on the Sabres.
I'm interested in how much of the pregame, because apparently they played the Panthers on national TV last week, and I didn't watch the pregame. The whole first segment, they talked about the Wings and their core players and their young players, and then the next segment it was all Panthers, and the Wings fans must have tuned in late because Bissonnette got just eviscerated by Wings fans, so much so that he's done 2 videos trashing Red Wing fans. So I am curious how the Open is tonight. One of the fun things about, inside the NBA, there's nothing better, but the studio show on TNT for hockey is so far superior to what is on ESPN.
There are a couple college football games tonight. ESPN2 at 7:30, Middle Tennessee State and Delaware. 9 o'clock on CBS Sports Network, Missouri State and New Mexico State. I mentioned that more for the gambling than for the watching, because if you're watching, we really need to talk. Hey, there is some news. It's nothing major. So this is how big the World Series is. The Toronto Maple Leafs have moved the start times of 2 of their games. Game 2 of the World Series is this Saturday. The Leafs were scheduled to be, Saturday night hockey in Canada. That's the thing.
It's like a religion. Don't
Right.
kiss yourself.
Yeah, the Leafs moved their game against the Sabres up to 5 o'clock to try to get done and get people home in time for first pitch of Game 2 of the World Series. Remember, okay, Games 1 and 2 in Toronto. Also, Leafs next Tuesday, when it would be Game 4 of the World Series, they moved the start of the Leafs in Calgary up a couple hours to 6 o'clock to try to get that game in as much as possible. It's been announced by the NFL because they're having their fall league meeting starting today. 2 things. A, they finalized the NFL's deal with ESPN involving the NFL Network and Red Zone, but also the league announced that Amazon Prime is going to get Black Friday globally. Also, not
So
just
they
in
get
the
it
States.
globally, but Netflix has it in the U.S., right?
No, I think Amazon does. Black Friday, Amazon is selling. I thought Amazon was the Black Friday thing. Netflix gets a game on Christmas.
That's right. I'm sorry. You my bad. They get the Christmas game. Okay, fair enough.
So but we'll see if there's any more news today or tomorrow that comes out of the NFL fall meetings.
Hopefully just more quotes from Woody Johnson. That's all I'm really looking for. Hell, you know what? I'd like a couple of quotes from Stephen Ross, too. See if you can jump in, Mr. Ross.
The headline online in the New York Post: Jets owners unavoidable gas bagging is going to get him exactly what he deserves. The headline: hot air.
He can't ever win. It doesn't matter. And look, that's as bad as I've ever heard an owner speak. But they don't like the Jets in those 2 papers. They do anything they can to belittle between the Daily News and the Post. Are they ever positive about the Jets?
Well, the Jets have made it really positive, or really difficult to be positive.
No doubt.
For 15 years now. So, but no, they are very rarely positive. They're going to try to give Aaron Glenn a chance, though. He's a former Jet. They like him. They're going to try. But even they're starting to write some stuff. When you're 6-7 games in and they can't write good stuff about you, that it's not going well.
Miller and Moulton, we've got football to talk about tomorrow, specifically the Bucs and the Jags, but we'll get you ready for Thursday night football as well. As we always say, miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com or all the usual suspects to download the podcast. Have a great rest of your day. We'll do it tomorrow at 6 a.m.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
They've cut the nets, they've raised the banners, and now they're headed to Fort Myers. Michigan State, North Carolina, and other top programs take the court in the Skechers Fort Myers tip-off this Thanksgiving week. Legendary programs, championship traditions, college basketball's biggest names, live at Suncoast Arena. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at FortMyersTipOff.com/go. That's FortMyersTipOff.com/go.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton